Should be live. Let's see. Okay. I think it's live. Should be live. Something like that. What were you saying, Derek?
So I looked up his other scarabs he has. So his original first ever scarab back when his like old style was like, old derpy. That one was from 10 years ago. That was back
Dang.
whenever he did big stuff, he split them into multi-tutorials
Yeesh.
because it was like sectioning,
Can you
which,
blame the man?
I give props to him nowadays where he's just like, I'll do it in one fucking video. Because it makes sense. You don't doing it in like parts is kind of annoying after a while because it's just like, all right, I gotta do this section, and then I have to
Yeah.
go to another video for this next section. No, his original one from 10 years back, the part one was 37 minutes. Part two, what the fuck is part two? 21 minutes. And part
Uh,
three was 42 minutes.
How you doing,
And then
Titanic?
both the Halo Wars 1 and the Halo 3 Scarab tutorials came out 8 years ago each. The Halo 3 one is 2 hours and 53 minutes, and the Halo Wars one is an hour.
Yeah, that's too much for a tutorial, man.
Yeah. Now
Screw that.
and it's just like I get like with the and the thing is those were not really scaled if I'm not mistaken. I don't think they were. Unless he actually puts
Scaling's just a
in.
recommendation, Derek. You don't have to actually scale.
I mean, well, he does prefer to do it nowadays. It's kind of funny because like you look at a lot of like his other like styles, and you can see
It
like that
was
just constant changing in
it
scale.
was a joke. You should be scaling. You're doing all
It's
right,
been a long
man. I'm glad
winter.
you're doing all right. Welcome to the stream. While we are going to be going ahead and building Das Boat, aka U-boat, for all you uncultured individuals. I don't know if I've even watched that movie myself, to be honest. Have you seen
And
Das Boot?
I think so.
Let's see. I used to think that German U-boats were tiny until I actually saw pictures of people next to them and realized how massive they really are. Yeah, I mean, it's they're pretty big. I mean, in 1.5 to 1 scale, they're going to be about 101 blocks long for
I think
the
people
standard.
I think people always assume they were tiny because you most pictures you just see what's on what's at the surface.
Yeah, that's true.
And
That's a good
it
point.
feels it looks super thin. It doesn't look that big. It's like, okay, it looks kind of long, like a little bit lengthy, but not like overly lengthy, but it just you don't really have that a lot of like walk space on like the top when it's at the surface of the water. But then it's like, yeah, you pull the whole thing, and then of course, it just feels like really tight when you look inside, but then if you ever see like the full entirety of like how long the interior is, because most of the time you don't really see a lot of like how much interior there is. You don't really see every single room.
Well, you know what's really crazy about the U-boats is in their one base at Lorient, they actually made this whole like rail system to actually like take the U-boats out of the water, and then it would put them on a track system, and then they would like it would take them and then it would like basically be able to like move back and forth, up and down, like all this kind of stuff, like this like rail system, and it would be able to
Yeah.
move them into different like pins or pens, U-boat pens that are on land. It's
Oh,
kind of,
for like doing maintenance.
yeah. They're all dry docks, but like
Sheesh.
they would.
That's pretty.
Yeah, it's crazy. I didn't know that was actually a thing until I've been doing, obviously some research, on U-boats and stuff like that for the project. And
Freaking Germans.
yeah, I couldn't believe it. I mean, well, I say I couldn't believe it, but I'm not like that surprised that they're doing some crazy stuff like that. But it's really cool, and that's actually some of the inspiration that I'm going to be trying to recreate on Z Project. But yeah, U-boats are pretty big. There was even a bigger version that was like a deep sea or like a long distance version that was quite a bit bigger, but like not like a crazy amount bigger, but definitely a good size. And it was designed to basically go deep Atlantic, like way out there. No, it was a different one. It was
Yeah.
actually I don't know. Actually, it might have been the Type XXI. Trying to remember what it was, but there was. I want to say it looks like a Type 7 though, because I think the Type was that the Type 21 was different. Um, I mean I could be wrong, but I really I feel like the Type 21 was different.
Not sure. I know there's like they have like that one that's like in Germany that's in like a heart of the canal or whatever,
Hmm.
or in that like one river that they have as a museum. That fucker is like bigger than most of the World War II ones, I think.
Yeah, it very well could be that one. I just know the Type 21s weren't built in that much. There's only a handful of them built. It wasn't like necessarily meant for like deep diving. It was made for long distance. So it had
Yeah,
like it was bigger to have more fuel and stuff. It was it couldn't go any deeper than the standard U-boats, but it was something that it was something that they developed. I think that point looks a little bit better. But I want to build like the Type. I want to build a couple of them. I know the Type 7 was like the main one that they used. Um, has snorkel allowed to suck in air for diesels while staying submerged. That might be it. I just can't remember. Now it's gonna bother me. Let's see here. U-boats used by Germany in World War II. Because I want to say it looked like a. Let's see. Long range miners. Let's see. The Type 9.
Ah,
Yeah, that's what the one in Chicago is. Um, it's a Type 9. Let me see the dimensions of it. Let's see. Where is the overall length? Yeah, it's 76, so it's about maybe about 10 meters longer than the normal one. Flow system, yeah. The Type 21 was pretty damn advanced for its time, but it's one of those things that the war ended before it could really be used for much, Let's see. So the deck does have a slight slope to it, but I think we might just do like slabs. I don't want to go too crazy with it. Do an I-400, maybe in the future. Would be kind of cool. And use this design for their own subs. Yeah, I mean a lot of the German designs were used by the Allies, like the V2 inspired ballistic missiles. So the Germans were definitely way ahead of their time. It's kind of crazy to think that maybe if they were able to like sit there and cook for a little bit longer, just like what they would have came up with. I think they were also developing a nuclear bomb, if I remember correctly, too. So they would have had nuclear weapons, which definitely would have not been a great thing. Don't know if this is a question or not, but are your World War II wars available for download or Bedrock? I need to get a or do I need to get a Patreon subscription? Now my stuff's completely for free, man. I don't have like my World War II base or other projects up yet. As downloads, I'm trying to wait till they're done, or I'm just not continuing them anymore. But my whole model world, all that stuff is completely downloadable for free. I don't charge on there. Um, if they had won the war, I wonder what the subs would have looked like. Probably be pretty crazy. I mean, if Germany won won the war, stuff would have been very crazy.
And Wolfenstein had that really fucking massive submarine.
Yeah, and I mean honestly, I wouldn't see Wolfenstein as being too far off.
Yeah.
Like just for real. What's up, Bones? How you doing, man? But yeah, so hoping in this stream we'll knock out the Type 7, maybe build a couple of the different versions of it, maybe a couple of different like camouflage versions and stuff like that. But this is all going toward a new project. You can see in the background there. Should be the first episode of it coming out next week sometime.
Oh, Garrett.
Oh, what?
I have. So, you know how I told you at some point in the future I'll get back into paying you for builds again
Yes.
when I'm in the clear. I just got a phenomenal idea.
Oh God.
It's gonna be huge.
When Derek says he has a phenomenal idea, that's when you
It's
run.
gonna be great.
What's your idea, Mr. Derek?
I will pay you to build a Cracker Barrel.
Cracker Barrel.
It's gonna be great.
Now here's
We'll
here's the question: the old Cracker Barrel or the new Cracker Barrel?
Nope, the style that it's supposed to be.
Stupid.
Not that cringy, bland, modernized bullshit with that all white interior. There's no character.
It's so,
no color.
so stupid.
I can't believe they tried to take the cracker out of Cracker Barrel and the barrel.
Tried to take the cracker out of Cracker Barrel. Oh fuck, Derek.
They pissed everyone off, and we said, "Don't do that. That's bad." And then they lost 200 million in value, and then they said, "We made a bad choice."
Yeah. No,
And then the co-founder who started Cracker Barrel came out, and he called out her bullshit.
hey, he's sitting there with big money right now, so he don't even care.
No, he came out and he was pissed off because she was ruining his brand. And apparently, she worked formerly for Taco Bell's. So, it ties into that whole modern architecture look. It sucks. There's no character to it.
Yeah.
No life.
To be fair, the old Taco Bells were way better.
Modern buildings, they're so great. I mean, think about it. Think about Pizza Hut. No other building looks like it. No other building has a giant red hat for the roof.
You need to talk about like the old Wiener Schnitzels. I don't know if you ever had the Wiener Schnitzels where you live, but they used to be pretty wild looking.
Not familiar.
Hey, Easy Bree.
Oh, there used to be these ice cream places. I used to see a couple of them in my area. I think 2. It was a place called Twisty Treat, and the building was almost, think of like a Checkers. You know of a Checkers?
Yeah. I know
Checkers, how it's specific. It's not a standard restaurant. It's just a drive-through on both sides. You have some tables, but you just go, you pick up your food, and that's it. And it was like that, but without the drive-through. And you had a little stand in front, you got your ice cream, but the building was shaped like an ice cream cone, and the top was shaped like the old school when you would pour the ice cream and it has the spirals in the cone, and it looked like on the roof, and you knew it was an ice cream store, because it looked like an ice cream cone. Nowadays, they're just in buildings.
You know what's funny?
You had to look at the sign.
You know what's funny is growing up as a kid, we used to have this yogurt place, frozen yogurt place by us. It was called the Yogurt Mill. And what's funny is they took over the old building of we used to be a pizza place, and it was called the Leaning Tower Pizza. But then they like turned it over to like the yogurt place, and the yogurt place bought it, and it was like the Leaning Tower of Yogurt or something. but it was called Yogurt Mill. It was kind of a weird building. It was like super tall and like kind of looked like a leaning tower of Pisa, but like, you know, ghetto. I guess if that's how I would describe it. Oh, sweet. Thanks. I really appreciate that. I've always loved World War II history. My grandpa met Douglas MacArthur. Oh, that's really cool. I'm sure what role he had, but that's pretty cool. Yeah, man. Like, I make all my stuff for free. I mean, obviously, I do take like commissions, and if you want something specific and all that stuff, I'd be willing to build it. You know, obviously for a little commission, but I don't. I'm not too pricey. I'd say. I'm pretty cheap. I'm a cheap date. A cheap hooker, I guess, too. If you want to put it that way. See if I can find a 3D model of this guy real quick. Of course there's going to be a 3D model of the Type 7. Why would there not be a Type 1 of the Type 7? That looks very good. Very good, Hans. Very good. I do love myself a nice German submarine. Actually, the only thing I don't like about this is it doesn't have some really good detail. There's got to be a better one. That's much better right there. But yeah, I'm actually working on a new project to kind of go alongside with the German air base, I guess. Is if we're building a German air base, we might as well build a German naval base too. I don't know why I hate myself so much, but decide, you know what, let's go ahead and build both of them at the same time. Absolute pain. You know, one of the things I wonder too is for submarines, how would the weathering on submarines look? You know, because like most of it's underwater, so I don't really.
I really don't know.
Something I'm kind of curious about, like how I can do the weathering and make it look, you know, believable, I guess. Like I did a little bit on Surcouf, but like I don't know, it wasn't like probably the best weathering. Could definitely use some improvement. But it should be a pretty fun little project. I didn't realize that this hole actually like it kind of like it's not as or it's more shallow at the top, or like not as wide at the top, and it kind of slowly expands down. What's actually crazy is that I was doing some of the research and stuff like that for the U-boats and the U-boat pens and all that stuff. That there was actually a U-boat pen in Hamburg, and they had a couple of submarines in there that were mainly just training submarines for training new Kriegsmarine crew. And when the order came, because I forget who was the admiral at the time, but when they basically knew Germany was going to lose to the Allies, they gave the order for them to just destroy all the U-boats so that the Allies wouldn't get them. And the U-boats in there, they basically just scuttled them in like the actual like bunker, and they just kind of sat in there and they were like forgotten about until I think it was like in the 80s where somebody actually discovered that the boats were still in there. And I'm like, damn, that's kind of cool.
Yo, free boats?
Yeah, there was like two U-boats in there, and then one of them was there. Well, there was technically three, but the third one was like absolutely just like crushed by the bunker falling on it.
Ooh.
Yeah. Donuts. I think I said that right. I may not have said that right, but yeah, he was. Yeah, it was him. His order. It was. There was like it was an official order. I again can't remember the name of the order, but basically it was like scuttle all the U-boats so the Allies don't get them. You know, we're gonna lose anyway, so. Last little act of defiance, I guess.
We don't want them having our boats. Okay, we'll just make our fucking own.
Yeah, little did they know they already had one. So I think that's the one in Chicago, right? That was a captured one that the U.S. got and
Yeah.
kept.
Yeah, the one that we just randomly placed in the middle of the fucking country.
Yeah, I still want to know how they got it there.
Really complicated.
Yeah, I can't imagine that thing being easy to transport to there. Yeah, U-505 was captured. It was pretty rare for a U-boat to just completely surrender with all hands. Or is that the one that you remember the story? It's kind of a funny one where like a destroyer like ran out of ammo or whatever for.
And they threw potatoes at
Yeah,
them.
they threw
And they thought they were
potatoes.
hand grenades.
Yeah, and they like surrendered and all that. Was that U-505 or was that a different one? Because I find that story absolutely hilarious. But in their defense, if I thought they were throwing hand grenades at me too, I probably I probably would have surrendered. Like, all right, these guys are crazy.
Okay, so 505 is the one in the museum, but I don't know. Let's see. World War II U-boat.
Yeah, it'd just be kind of interesting, like how they captured 505. What's up, planes and stuff? How you doing, man? Thanks for stopping by.
Oh, no. It was Japanese.
Oh, the Japanese surrendered. That's right. Okay.
Second.
Yeah, I couldn't remember. I just find it absolutely hilarious. They're throwing grenades at us. Okay, surrender. It's over. We give up.
Where the heck is...
WSG. Is that some hip slang? Oops, accidentally hit my microphone and unplugged it. What does WSG mean?
I don't...
I think I'm getting old, dude. I don't know all the hip new slang. I'm that old guy. I was actually just talking with my buddy. I went out to dinner with one of my friends last night. And what's good? See, there we go. I'm definitely not a.
I had a feeling that's what it was.
I'm definitely old, man. God. Nothing much. It's just you know, doing my thing, building a Minecraft like usual.
Okay, it looks like it was during its 11th war patrol. Is the Japanese submarine RO-34. This was at some point was on the surface 40 nautical miles of the Russell Islands in the pre-dawn darkness of April 5th, 43, when the U.S. Navy destroyers O'Bannon and Strong, both Fletcher classes, detected her on radar at 2:18 at a range of 9350 yards. O'Bannon closed the range rapidly, sighting RO-34 at 2:30 and prepared to ram her, but O'Bannon's commanding officer, fearing that RO-34 might be a mine layer, ordered O'Bannon to make a hard turn at the last minute to avoid collision.
Wait a
O'Bannon
second.
passed RO.
Their first reaction was to ram the damn submarine.
Yeah,
Was that common practice? Like
I
what?
don't know. Well, it's the Japanese.
They're
So
like,
they might
oh,
have been reading.
there's a submarine on the surface. Let's ram it.
Um.
Jesus, that just seems
Yeah.
so
Feared. So they
aggressive.
O'Bannon passed RO-34 at such a close range that her guns could not depress enough to fire at the submarine. The U.S. Navy legend later held that O'Bannon's crew instead threw potatoes at crewmen on the deck to keep them from manning their guns in what became known as the main potato episode. The story later was found to be apocryphal, but it nonetheless has been reported as fact in various historical accounts and on commemorative plaques, and remains widely believed.
That's crazy. Have I ever made anything in Bedrock? I have not. I used to be an Xbox builder, but I I don't play on Xbox anymore. Ever since I made the switch to PC years ago. We should play on PS4. Yeah, unfortunately, man, just I have I have to play on a PC. It's just so much better for building. Really, is what it comes down to. So technically, it is accurate. Story holds true. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. So did the Japanese surrender because of the potatoes?
Well, they ended up they did sink the sub.
Oh shit! So they didn't even let them surrender. They're just like, "Yeah, you're getting sunk. We've already made the decision. You're fucked."
Yeah, because hold on, where was it? 11th War Patrol. Yeah, because then while RO-34 began a crash dive, O'Bannon pulled away to a range of 1,000 yards and opened fire with her 5-inch guns, as did Strong, which also had arrived on the scene. Destroyer crews reported that they saw at least one shell hit RO-34 before she submerged. O'Bannon closed the range again, and after passing the less than 100 yards ahead of the submerged RO-34, fired depth charges from her K-gun depth charge throwers. The destroyers then lost contact with RO-34. 319, O'Bannon regained sonar contact on RO-34 and dropped a pattern of 8 depth charges. O'Bannon's crew subsequently reported seeing RO-34 on the surface sinking by the stern, observed an oil slick on the surface after sunrise, and claimed a Japanese submarine sunk.
Yeah,
Some
that's
historians have
pretty.
credited O'Bannon with sinking RO-34, but RO-34 survived the encounter. RO-34 was on the surface of San Cristobal on the evening of April 7th, 43, when Strong again made radar contact on her at 21:51 Lima time at a range of 9,350 yards, bearing 150 degrees true from Strong. Strong closed the range and illuminated RO-34 with searchlights, then opened fire with her 5-inch guns and 40mm and 20mm anti-aircraft guns. Scored at least 3 5-inch shell hits, and RO-34 assumed a 10 to 15 degree down angle by the stern and submerged. Strong dropped 2 patterns of depth charges, and her crew observed debris rising to the surface, marking the sinking of the boat.
That's pretty
On
wild.
April 16th, RO-34 was ordered to return to Rabaul, but she did not acknowledge the order. On May 2nd, 1943, Imperial Japanese Navy declared her to be presumed lost in the Solomon Islands with her entire crew of 66.
Damn. One question: why no more BAFTA builds? Uh, Mainly just because I'm just not super interested in building them. That's pretty much really the only reason.
My wallet's feeling a little light, but once it gets filled...
Derek might bring back BAFTA builds single-handedly.
I will carry that category again.
He will carry...
Carry the bathtub builds.
Yeah, Derek might bring him back, but as for me and all that stuff, it's just not something I'm super interested in. Like making right now.
I don't mind your bigger boats. it's the one thing in terms of this scale that I don't mind. I don't prefer the other stuff because everything just seems too seems too anorexic.
Anorexic.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but it kind of does.
My stuff is not anorexic, Derek.
I don't like looking at the tanks and they have these like these these like pencil dick gun barrels for their main guns,
Well,
and then the planes have these like paper thin vertical stabilizers. And I'm like,
yeah.
y'all should feed this kid.
Derek,
Get
Derek
started.
just does. Derek just doesn't like my builds. That's what it comes down to.
But I just prefer the smaller scale with the boats because then it's just like you can get more out of it and it takes you less time. I can be like, hey Garrett, I want a super carrier, and you do it at a bigger scale, and it's got goddamn take you about like a couple months. But if I just pay you to do a smaller scale one, it'll take under a week.
Sure.
It's like, look, I get more out of my buck. That's what matters.
Whatever tickles your taint there, Derek.
Okay, don't say that.
Do you think if you build the Japanese Kaiten torpedo, it'd be easier? No. That's the man-made one, right? Or the man, like the human-controlled one torpedo? The Kaiten?
Kaiten torpedo.
I'm pretty sure it's the man-controlled one. Or like the suicide one.
Yeah.
I'd have to look at it.
Torpedoes and suicide
I'd have to look at it, but it might be kind of tricky because I mean, really, the torpedoes for this submarine are all going to just be like one block wide. You know. How's it going, Jack?
It's a fairly small in terms of like height. I don't think they don't really have any scaling listed. Apparently there is one at the Tokyo Yasukuni War Memorial Museum.
They actually have one left. They're like, in case we need to
Yeah,
use
they
this
have
against
one.
the Americans,
They're
we're gonna hold on
fucking
to it.
long. Like they're long,
Are
but
they?
like really, they look short. But then again, I think that's just because the way they have to sit inside. But then of course, you know, because
Yeah, it was really only
Asian people
designed.
are a little shorter.
Asian people were a little shorter. Damn, Derek just pulling out the racism on stream.
I'm not. Everyone knows this.
Oh my gosh. How you doing, Rendislav? Jesus, Derek. You're gonna give me banned from YouTube, you know that?
The diameter is only 1 meter.
Oh. Well, actually, that would be 2 blocks wide. It's actually bigger than I'd say normal torpedoes, so
Yeah, it's just exactly 1 meter. The length is 14.75 meters or 48 feet 5 inches.
damn. It's actually not bad.
The one that they have in the museum has this like secondary like thing strapped to the side of it, but I don't know what it is exactly.
It's kamikaze, you know, little treat for the kamikaze. As he comes in, you know, you can eat a little sneaky snack or something. I don't know. Japan's really all about sacrifice and honor. Yeah. Misbehaving. They pretty much anything that like land, sea, air. They made like suicide stuff for.
Oh,
Like, it's pretty.
the
pretty
the one
mental.
that they have is a Type 1, literally like the first variant. Only the Type 1, a one-man model with a 3,420-pound warhead was used operationally. Over 300 were built, more than 100 of which were sent on suicide missions.
That's just crazy, you know. Like, could you imagine doing that? Like, just like, you step in the torpedo and you're just like, all right, well,
That's
I'm
it.
gonna die. It's like I'm either gonna blow up and it's gonna be quick, or I'm gonna like run out of fuel and just sink to the bottom of the ocean and implode eventually.
I mean, they
Like,
also had those like suicide planes too. I mean, it could be worse. Could be like being a pilot for the 163 Comets, the ones that would just because they had like the acid, um, the fuel that they had them that would just acidically dissolve the pilots.
for the German comet.
For the 163 Comets, the ones that were
Oh
they just had
jeez.
like a rocket
Yeah, I
engine,
didn't
but
know
the
the fuel would like melt
the
them.
fuel would melt the people.
Jesus.
No one, Germany, just like, hey, so we built this rocket thing. It killed the pilot, but the plane's intact.
All right.
So we're gonna
Good.
make more.
Do you think the Japanese had better tanks? How it affected the Pacific Theater? I really don't think it would have made much of a difference. The problem was, even if they had better tanks, like they just didn't have the resources at that point in the war, and their navy already got curb stomped. So, really, most of the Pacific was won over naval combat. So that was the only way Japan could really project power. So, really, I don't think it would have made any difference.
Oh, so about the Type 1 Kaitens, it stays in the performance. So after initial trials in water, it was decided to have a maximum surface cruising speed and, for technical reasons, a minimum running speed at any depths of 9.5 kilometers an hour and a submerged running trim of 1 to 3 degrees nose down. Several problems were encountered during development and use. The most pressing were major water leaks into the pilot's chamber during transport and deep diving,
Oh,
and explosions caused by ingress of water into the torpedo engine.
oh,
These were never fully eliminated.
oh, yeah, that's great. So the best part is you may not even make it to your target. You may just blow up. Gotta love it.
So,
I'm
okay,
telling
so
you,
that was
man,
the
them
measurements.
Japanese were some crazy motherfuckers.
The propellant was kerosene and oxygen.
Yeah, that's a great combination right there too.
The Type 2.
Timu stuff. I mean the wrong Asians, but yeah, pretty much.
The Type 2s had a slightly bigger diameter of 1.35 meters, and they had a length of 16.5, so they were like slightly longer.
Those things
They're
are
also
actually
slightly a little
that's actually
chunkier.
pretty massive for a torpedo.
Well, remember, torpedo that you have a person sitting inside
I
a
mean,
little driving compartment.
even then, like, seems pretty crazy. What's my favorite camo? I honestly do not know much about camos, man. If I'm being honest, I wish I can give you an answer on that one. Um, Bedrock players need a debug stick. Yeah, dude, debug stick absolutely clutch.
I can't believe they skipped an entire numbers because they went from Type 1, Type 2 to Type 4, and they skipped to Type 10.
Well, you know the Type 3 and probably didn't work out too well.
We're not going to record those experiments.
Yeah.
Let's see. The Type 4,
It's like the Apple iPhone. You know how they skipped a section.
Type 4 has the same pretty much measurements as the Type 2, but there's like some aspects that were interior-wise changed. What was it? Because the Type 2 prototypes were tested in dry dock and controlled submerged conditions. However, they never met a standard satisfactory for open water running. They had several improvements over the Type 1. It could stay on course with no pilot input somewhat reliably, and could withstand depths twice as deep
No
as those
pilot
of the Type
input.
1.
The pilot's dead. All right, it's okay. The torpedo still works.
Many problems were encountered in the design and engineering of the Type 2, mostly relating to the engine. In initial tests, water pressure caused deformation and seizing of the engine. Although strengthening was added, the problem was never fully resolved. Again. Once the engine was installed in a prototype Type 2, it was unable to reach the required power rating, and this, along with the complexity of the manufacturing process of the Type 2 led to the abandonment of the project. The Type 4 In early 45, concerned with the slow pace of development and the unreliability of the supply of hydrogen peroxide, Japanese Admiralty decided to pursue another line of Kaiten development. Engineers responsible for Kaiten development were opposed to any new work and wished to continue their efforts on development and production of Type 1. In all, about 50 Type 4 prototypes were made. However, they never went into full-scale production and were ultimately abandoned.
Do you think like the guys making that ever had like any kind of remorse? You know. Hey Garrett, I know you don't like making tutorials. I know it would take a legitimate amount of effort, but can you get a Bismarck? I can't. Yeah, a tutorial for a Bismarck's never gonna happen. If I do build the Bismarck, it would come out as a download, but that's about it, man. Like I definitely won't do a tutorial for big ships. Um,
Oh, the Type 10 is
just
tiny.
way too much work. You
Um,
guys. I got a joke, but probably gonna be banned from YouTube. Yeah, let's probably not say that in my chat.
so the Type 10, they have one in a museum as well. It's even tinier than the first one, the Type 1 that they have.
Really?
This one has a length of only 9 meters and a diameter of 0.70.
Jeez. Yeah, that's quite a bit smaller. They decided if they used rocket fuel for it, it worked a little bit better, so they didn't need as much fuel.
Actually, the propellant on this one is just battery cells.
They're gonna say like battery acid, and I was like, oh, that's
Um,
lovely.
Yeah, the abandonment of types 2, 4, and their intermediaries, development of higher capacity batteries, abundance of Type 92 torpedoes, and the ever increasing urgency to be able to defend the Japanese mainland led to a change of methodology for the Kaiten design teams. The Type 10 was the result, essentially a Type 92 electric torpedo with a pilot chamber in between the warhead and drive unit. Over 500 units were ordered to be produced between August and October 45, however, only around 6, including prototypes, were ever completed.
Yeah, that's just still crazy to me, you know, like suicide torpedoes. It's like like I just don't understand the point of it. Like just put the damn thing like, you know, towards submarines or whatever. Like I just don't see the point of a human controlled torpedo, you know?
Yeah. Oh, the performance. On paper, this model had several advantages over the previous types. Firstly, it was very simple to construct and maintain because it had no pilot controls other than to start and steer. It was not complicated to train pilots to use. Powered by electricity and consequently had no issue of weight reduction as the fuel was used up. A problem that had caused headaches for test pilots and combat pilots of all previous
Test
models.
pilots. They called them
I
test
had
pilots.
test pilots for suicide bombs.
It's like
Unlike other,
imagine you graduate like the pilot training academy and they're like, all right, we have a special assignment for you. You're like, oh, sick, and then they go and you're like, you're gonna be flying torpedoes.
unlike other
What?
models, the engine of the Type 10 could be stopped and even reversed. I don't want to do this mission anymore to back up. Although this would be of little practical value in a combat situation. Finally, it was very light and small, so it was easily transported to different bases of operation should the need arise. Hence, now remember, this is on paper advantages. In practice, however, the Type 10 proved to be troublesome. Water leakage into the battery and pilot compartments were commonly reported, and it was generally very cramped and uncomfortable for the pilot. Of course, Japan surrendered
You
before
don't
full
say.
development could finish. I
I,
like how water leakage is like repetitive through all of these.
I don't think it's supposed to be comfortable. Like you're just supposed to ride it till you die, you know. But let's see. Japanese had a lot of these for suicide stuff. Yeah, they were kind of suicidal. Man loves
They
his stream
did.
ads. I don't know. There's stream ads.
Yeah, I saw like at least 2.
Really? That must like I don't know. I feel like that's on YouTube side because like I have the stream monetized, but typically it would only like show an ad in the beginning or something. Well, I'm sorry, it's doing mid ad streams. I'll have to look through my stuff and
Yeah.
see if I can turn
We
that off because that's kind of lame.
oh we have lost some ships to due to Kaiten's.
You're kidding me, right?
Nope. So it states in the deployments.
So it actually wasn't a bad idea.
First deployment, the Kikusui group of Kaitens was launched against hostile vessels near Ulithi on November 20th, 1944. The group consisted of 2 submarines, I47 and I36, carrying a total of 8 Kaiten. This mission gave the Kaiten their first sinking, the USS Mississinua, which was a auxiliary oiler, but at the loss of all 8 Kaiten pilots. First Kaiten launched from I-47, one of the original, which... Okay, first Kaiten...
It took 8 Kaitens to kill a tanker? Nice.
Now, this is the funny part. The first Kaiten launched from I-47 was piloted by Sekio Nishina, one of the original designers of the weapon.
Oh my god.
So you built a suicide weapon, and you're like, I'm gonna man my own weapon.
I feel like it was more like the Japanese were like, hey, thanks for making this weapon. Now get in. Like, sorry, we need people.
Oh no, and it gets better. He carried with him the ashes of the other creator, Hiroshi Kuroki, who died in a training accident very early in the Kaiten's development.
Oh, Jesus.
So the guy who originally designed it
he brought the
is
ashes
carrying
too.
the ashes of another creator who was killed by the same device, and now he's in a device to die as well.
Yes. That makes sense.
At the same time, submarine I-37 was sighted and engaged by U.S. ships off of Leyte Island. The boat, together with her Kaiten, was sunk by hedgehog attack from the destroyer escorts USS Conklin and USS McCoy Reynolds, resulting in the loss of 117 officers and men. Second deployment. The Congo group of Kaiten operation was undertaken on January 9th, 45 against the U.S. anchorage at Hollandia, Ulithi, Manus, Coastal Roads, and Ypres Harbor. I-36 engaged U.S. ships Kaiten at Ulithi on January 12, 45. One was destroyed by depth charges from VPB-21.
Wait, they killed one with depth charges? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, from a Martin PBM Mariner.
Oh, really? Oh, that's cool.
But
They
others...
probably saw the wake in the water and they dropped on it.
But the others succeeded in damaging USS Mazama, which was a ammunition ship with 8 casualties, and sinking an infantry landing craft, USS LCL 600, with 3 deaths. I-47 launched a further 4 Kaiten off Hollandia, but only succeeded in damaging the Liberty ship SS Pontus H. Ross. At Ulithi, I-48 was sunk by USS Conklin. None of the 122 men aboard survived. I-53 succeeded in launching her 4 Kaitens of Coastal Roads, but only 2 traveled any distance and none reached their targets.
I feel like it's kind of like redundant to say like, oh, nobody survived the submarine sinking. It's like, yeah, I don't really think anybody would, to be honest.
I-56 failed to even reach the launching areas for her Kaitens and returned home without firing a single shot. I-58 launched all 4 off Ypres Harbor, of which 1 exploded immediately after launch. Sometime after deployment, pillars of smoke were seen in distance along their general bearing.
Yeah, that's that's not great.
Third deployment. The Chihaya group departed on February 20th, 1945 for Iwo Jima. I-44 was sighted and hunted for over 2 days underwater. Crew compartment carbon dioxide saturation reached 6% before she managed to escape.
Jesus.
I-368 was detected by a Grumman TBF Avenger on approaching Iwo Jima on February 26th and was sunk by Mark 24 mines with the loss of all 85 hands. And I-370 was detected and attacked USS Finnegan on 26th of February. After an initial headshot and depth charge run, a final depth charge run was commenced, and shortly after, small explosions and bubbles were observed. 370 was lost with all 84 officers and men aboard, as well as all Kaitens and their pilots.
You see, if we didn't see the bodies, so we can't confirm that that was actually sunk.
Fourth deployment, the shortest. The Shimbu Group was originally intended to supplement the previous attacks on Iwo Jima and launched on March 1st, 1945. I-58 and I-36 were within a day of reaching Iwo Jima when they were recalled for a new operation. Both returned home safely. So that was it. That was fourth deployment. That was it. Fifth deployment. The Tatura Group consisted of I-44, 47, 56, and 58, and was to attack the U.S. anchorage at Okinawa. It sailed on 28 of March 1945. March 29th, 47 was attacked by a squadron of Grumman TVF Avengers and forced to dive. She was pursued for several hours until she had to surface. On surfacing, she was hit by shrapnel, which damaged the periscope and fuel tank. She was forced to limp home for repairs. I-56 was detected on approaching Okinawa and hunted. Oh shit! Imagine being on this submarine and you get hunted by the light cruiser USS Bataan, or no, light carrier USS Bataan, destroyers USS Heermann, Ullman, Colette, McCord, and Mertz. One submarine got missed off a light carrier, and
I think he kind of screwed up on that one.
Aircraft from the carrier and the later three destroyers heavily depth charged and sank her with all 122 hands on board.
You don't say.
I-58 was hounded by aircraft and anti-submarine fire and arrived at her destination late. She returned without engaging the enemy. I-44's location and actions are unknown for the entirety of the mission. A submarine likely to be I-44 was attacked in the vicinity of Okinawa on April 29th by an aircraft from USS Tulagi. The submarine was hit first by a depth charge and finally by a Mark 24 mine. All 129 hands were lost.
Jesus. YouTube glitched out? What do you mean YouTube glitched out?
Sure.
It just decided...
I know sometimes YouTube streams can they'll really be finicky for whatever reason.
I'm getting shadow banned by YouTube. That's the only explanation.
The sixth deployment. Tembu Group consisted of I-47 and 36. They were to attack cargo. Wait, I-47 and 36 were those?
I think that's looking good.
Oh, I-47 was the one that limped back home from the fifth deployment. 36 was part of the fourth deployment, but it was the one that they had to just return home and they never did anything. So I-47 and 36, they were to attack cargo and troop ships between Ulithi and Okinawa. I-47 sailed on April 20th and I-36 on April 22nd. On April 27th, I-36 attempted to attack a convoy of 28 U.S. ships with Kaiten, but with no results. 2 of the Kaiten could not be launched. While cruising east of Okinawa, I-36 sighted a supply vessel sailing unescorted. The commander attempted to launch Kaiten, but failed, and a torpedo attack also failed when the torpedoes detonated prematurely. Bro, imagine coming across a unescorted ship by itself, and you can't even successfully attack.
So they missed. They failed with the Kaitens, and then they missed with the actual.
Your torpedoes just blew up before they could even get to the target.
Oh.
On May 2nd, I-47 launched 2 Kaiten against 2 U.S. ships, and explosions were heard an hour later, after which I-47 launched 1 Kaiten at an escort vessel. Later research indicates none of the Kaiten launched were successful, and the explosions heard were probably from the Kaiten pilots self-destructing or anti-submarine action.
The Kaiten self-destructing. I don't know why I find that so funny. Like, banzai, and then they just sit there and wait till they die. Because, I mean, if you think about it, they miss. Like, they can't, really turn around.
I can't turn. Shit. They'll just be going into the distance.
See, I just don't understand, why at that point they just didn't invest in, guided torpedoes. Didn't the Germans have wire-guided torpedoes?
I think so. 7th deployment. The Shimbu Group consisted solely of I-367 and sailed May 5th, 45, for northwest Saipan. She was damaged by a mine on May 6th and was unable to continue her mission until May 17th. On May 27th, she sighted a 4-ship logistics support convoy and launched 2 Kaiten. At least one was destroyed by gunfire from USS Seosk. The other Kaiten carried suffered mechanical failures and were unable to be launched. I-367 returned to base safely.
See, that'd be me if I was like the Kaiten pilot. Like I'd just be in there like secretly sabotaging my thing. Like, oh no, my torpedo didn't work again.
The 8th deployment, probably the biggest information for the Todoroki group of Kaiten-equipped submarines sailed on May 24th to patrol east of Guam. I-36 sighted a lone oil tanker on 22nd of June and opened an attack with her Kaiten, which both failed, and 4 conventional torpedoes, which exploded early, damaging USS Endymion, a landing craft repair ship. On 28th of June, I-36 launched a single Kaiten against USS Antares, a cargo ship, which the Antares sank with shell fire and called in a nearby destroyer, the USS Sproston. After the destroyer arrived and began depth charging, the submarine managed to launch one of the faulty Kaiten. Although the pilot failed to hit the destroyer, his actions helped the host submarine slip away. Further sacrifice will not be in vain. Further ships later arrived to hunt I-36, but she managed to escape with only a minor leak in the forward torpedo room and a damaged rudder. She would not see any further action in the war and surrendered to the Allies after the official surrender was announced. On June 16th, the USS Devilfish submarine fired 2 torpedoes at the 165, both of which missed. On June 27th, the patrolling Lockheed Ventura sighted 165 and dropped 3 Mark 47 depth charges, which sank her with her crew of 106.
Damn.
I-361 was detected by a minesweeper on May 26, which alerted the aircraft carrier USS Anzio to search for the submarine. 5 days later, a patrolling Grumman TVF Avenger detected her and launched a volley of rocket fire, following up with a Mark 24 mine as the boat dived, the explosion of which was felt by the crew of USS Oliver Mitchell 16 nautical miles away.
Damn.
The crew of 81 were all lost.
That's pretty
Well,
wild.
Submarine and somebody 16 miles away is like, ah shit, what the fuck was that?
Wow, why is the water shaking? That's weird.
On May 28th, I-363 sighted several ships, was unable to get close enough to launch Kaiten. On June 15th, a convoy was attacked with conventional torpedoes because Kaiten could not be launched due to heavy weather. 363 returned to base safely. The 9th deployment. Taman Group was the last Kaiten-equipped group to go into combat. It was a large force consisting of I-47, 53, 58, 363, 366, and 367. Why is there a page for 366? That's interesting. That one had a page.
The devil's number?
She survived. They departed on July 14th, headed for an area southeast of Okinawa.
Shit, I know that was gonna happen.
363 and 367 engaged in no further action before the announcement of unconditional surrender and an end to all hostilities. 47 launched a Kaiten at a lone merchant ship on July 21st, but with no result. She saw no further action. Just a merchant ship. I don't even think it was a warship. And they're like, we're gonna shoot it.
Dude, the poor merchant man during the war, dude. Like,
oh, so there was
that would be terrifying.
There was a 10th deployment. The Shinshu group, consisting solely of I-159, sailed on August 16, 1945, to attack Soviet convoys in the Sea of Japan. Mission was canceled by headquarters before any action. 159 returned with all of her Kaiten on August 18, 1945.
Yeah, one second, Derek. One guy said that you mentioned the Antares or Antares.
Yeah.
That was the first ship that spotted the Japanese on December 7th. They all thought he was crazy because he said I believe they said the captain was like crazy because they, were like, oh, there's no way there's a German or a Japanese submarine in the harbor. But he was saying that he became great friends with the last survivor of the ship. That's pretty cool. That is actually pretty cool.
Oh, yeah, because I'm looking at the page for Antares. December 7, 1941, she stood towards the entrance to Pearl Harbor at 6:30 with a 500 long tons of steel barge in tow, having arrived from Canton and Palmyra and expecting to transfer the barge to a tug then proceed into Pearl. Not sighting the tug at the appointed time, she altered course, turning slowly to the east when her watch suddenly spotted a suspicious object about 1,400 meters on the auxiliary's starboard quarter. Antares notified the destroyer Ward on patrol off the harbor entrance, and the later altered course towards the object, which proved to be a midget sub. A PBY Catalina from Patrol Squadron 14 showed up almost simultaneously and dropped smoke floats in the vicinity. Meanwhile, Ward went to general quarters and attacked, sinking the intruder.
You know what's crazy is like the more I like hear about like Pearl Harbor and stuff like that, the more I'm like, man, this could have just been so easily avoided. Like
Yeah,
the fact that we didn't like weren't like prepared for it just kind of like blows my mind, because it just seems like it was such a there was just so many reasons. Like I fully believe in like the conspiracy theory that the U.S. like knew Japan was going to attack them and they just let them attack them so that they could like join the war effort. Like honestly, I would not be surprised if that was actually
yeah,
one day revealed to be the actual truth, because just like the whole thing with just the radar situation where they spotted the planes on radar but didn't do anything. Of course the carriers weren't in the harbor when they attacked,
yeah,
and I don't know, the whole midget sub situation. It's almost like, I don't know. I mean, you could put a lot of like incompetence too. Like
yeah.
they believed so highly that, oh, there's no way we could get attacked. That they just didn't believe it. But I don't know. No, man. I don't take suggestions in the stream. If you want to request it, you can go ahead and head on over to my Discord. But
Of course, they're asking about the AN-225.
I feel
He's
like every
pleading.
I feel like every stream I get asked about the AN-225.
Yeah, remember Brock used to pester you about that damn plane.
I don't know why it's like so highly sought after. Like it's a cool plane and everything, but like it seems a little overhyped for what it is.
I mean, it was kind of like a one of a kind, like a one of its kind thing, because it was, one of like the biggest existing cargo planes in
Mm-hmm.
existence, and it was the only of plane of its type. Because I think, like, I don't remember if the AN-124, if that was just a single plane or if they might have had like another one, but I mean, it was just kind of like like a huge, like, just, I guess, symbol thing. And then especially, after it was destroyed and people were like, ah, fuck. Because I mean, you don't you don't just sit there and have like a massive fucking plane like that and it get destroyed and people would not be like, oh, that's a shit thing to fucking happen. It's always bad when like an iconic
Yeah.
aircraft
I
or
mean,
iconic.
I get it's iconic and everything, but I feel it's a little overhyped for what it is, in my opinion. Let's see.
Uh, yeah, the
Um,
124s had 57 of, so
Last survivor became friends with absolutely new Roosevelt. The Japanese were going to attack Pearl Harbor. Yeah, that's why I subscribe to the idea that they knew. Big boys during the war. Yeah. Honestly, I think that I 100% believe they knew the war was going to happen, and the problem is they didn't have the issue was we would have already been in World War II, but they didn't have the public support because of what happened in World War One and all that stuff. And I mean, I don't blame the American people for not wanting to go to war, fight another war in Europe. Um, After all that stuff that happened during World War One and all that, but I definitely believe that they knew the Japanese were going to attack, and they let it happen so that they could justify war, which is kind of sad because just how many people died in Pearl Harbor and all that stuff. But I mean, it was one of those things that's like probably was a necessary sacrifice to get us in the war. But at the same time, like I said before, we would have been attacked by the Japanese eventually anyway. So it was one of those things that like it was gonna happen.
sorry, was this man suggesting like, oh, imagine if the AN-225 got added into War Thunder to be useless? Why the fuck would you add a cargo plane into War Thunder? Like, wouldn't the only things needed in War Thunder are stuff that can actually
Did somebody say that added it to War Thunder?
well, it just kind of followed after the AN-225 thing, and they're like, yeah, imagine if it'd be useless. Exactly. Why would they add it?
Yeah, that'd
Everything in
be.
War Thunder has the only shit in War Thunder either has guns or has bombs. That's it. You're not throwing a fucking scouting plane with nothing on, being like, yeah, this is gonna be useful.
Yeah, that sounds like a pretty bad idea.
I'd be like, yes, don't mind. I'm gonna add a sailboat into Naval. What
Like,
the fuck's that gonna do?
I guess call me based or whatever, but like honestly, I don't think the AN-225 is that cool looking of an aircraft. And I
No,
know
yeah, I didn't.
I might get hung for that, but like, I don't really think it's that interesting, you know? But to each their own. If you like the AN-225, oh my god, I did it anyway. I was trying to avoid that. Where am I from? The U.S., more specifically California. I don't live in California anymore, though. You can hear his name on YouTube. His name is Jim Do It. I keep thinking of the when I hear Jim Do It, I think of the guy. He was I mean, Derek, you've probably seen One of Donuts videos on it, but he's the dude that would like police impersonate out of Florida.
Oh,
And
I
it was
think
his
I
name
did
like Jimmy Do It or something like that. And
I
he
don't know who the heck it is. Also, add.
oh, and you got another ad. Damn, YouTube is like
Yeah, I
straight sending out the ads then. But his name was like Jimmy Do It or something like that, and he would like impersonate. Well, he wouldn't really impersonate police, but he had like this company that would do funeral positions or procession. What's the word for it?
procession.
Procession. Yeah, there you go. He would do like funeral processions, and he had like his like all of his guys had like Metro PD stuff, and like I don't know,
Yeah.
it was like really funny. He's like a serial police impersonator that they've like arrested several times because he just keeps doing it.
Yeah. Why the hell did somebody ask you to build 3 Mile Island of all things?
I don't even know what that is.
It's the wait, you don't know 3 Mile Island?
No.
It was that place up by New York. It was a nuclear power plant or whatever that had a there was an incident.
Oh, when you say incident, that gets me excited. I love a good nuclear accident.
Well, I mean,
Let's
it
had guns
wasn't
to
on
it, call it a day.
it wasn't on the Chernobyl level, but
Brothers, I am from Pakistan. That's pretty cool, man. If you have time, I always think of the Pakistan, like the funny video of the kids, like, I give my life to Pakistan. It's like, it's so funny. Oh, grape.
oh, it was in Pennsylvania is where it was.
Oh, that video's hilarious. Can't build these 3 Mile Island. Bro loves nukes. Everybody loves nukes, dude. I love stuff blowing up. Currently building airstrikes. So recently I built the MQ-9 Reaper on my drone. That's awesome, man. I love how I can inspire the youth to build airstrikes in Minecraft. That's my legacy. 5 minutes away from it. Decided to build the USS Antares. I gotta figure out how to actually pronounce. Do you know how to actually pronounce that, Derek? Antares.
Not entirely.
Antares.
Something like that, maybe like something like Antares.
I gotta look. Let me look up the ship real quick because I'm actually not familiar with what it looks like.
It's like a. It looks like I think what was it? It was
It's a
cargo.
It's a auxiliary ship. I gotcha.
No, 3 Mile Island was it was a nuclear power plant that had a partial nuclear meltdown.
That's always fun, dude. I love a good nuclear meltdown, man.
And this was back in '79.
That's pretty tough. It's just a partial nuclear meltdown, man. Like it's no big deal, no biggie. Those happen. Not a big deal at all, man. Remember, kids, nuclear weapons is fun. There's supposed to be the new. Speaking of nuclear stuff, there's supposed to be the new Fallout season coming out here soon. I think.
Dude, we're going to New Vegas.
Seems pretty legit. You see, I've never really been into the Fallout games, but
Nah.
the series itself was really good.
Yeah.
Like I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah, because they're properly following the franchise by people that actually give a shit about it.
This
unlike
is
Halo.
also very true.
Unlike Halo.
Yeah, dude, Halo's a yeah. We don't talk about Halo. My beloved, what have they done to you? Hey, at least we got to see Master Cheeks, ass cheeks. That was always really exciting. That got me real excited about Halo, I currently live in North Carolina. Pakistan funny video. Agreed. It's a hobby. I'm just trying to get how bad one can be. I'm definitely not Muslim. How you doing, Orion? Bro, when you go on live, I am on live right now. It's 2 a.m. Well, I mean it's 5 p.m. for me right now, so yeah, it's just normal hours for me. I do not live in Pakistan. Oh, grape. I love that video so much. It's one of my guilty pleasures. I'll just go and watch it on my free time. Oh, very grape. So stupid. You give your life to Pakistan. They have a ship on Star Trek. Yeah, it actually popped up when I was searching for it. It's kind of crazy. Yo boys just got unplayable Xbox 360. That sounds tragic. I remember one of my Xbox 360s got the red ring of death, if any of you guys are familiar with that. I remember it happened. I think I actually fixed it somehow, but yeah, I got the red ring of death. That was a very sad day. It was either that or like shortly after I upgraded to Xbox One anyway, so it was kind of whatever, but Xbox One was pretty legit. That's why I played on for quite a bit. Yeah, back in July 2024, the July store shut down for good. Really? I didn't know the Xbox 360 store shut down, but I mean, I guess at this point, I'm surprised it's even open still. Because I was a kid when the Xbox 360 was still a thing, and I'm 27 now, so. Kind of crazy. But Xbox 360 was a pretty awesome console though. Playing Halo Reach with the bros and all that kind of stuff. That was back when I really enjoyed playing like shooter games and stuff like that. It's when I had like my buddies from school. We'd come home from school and hop on and playing stuff. I had a really good group of guys that we used to play Call of Duty, and we were actually really damn good at Call of Duty. That was back in like the Black Ops 2 days. But I was like a master prestige and all that stuff. I had a couple of like nukes in that game too. It's pretty crazy. Not
They
to brag or
didn't have
anything.
they didn't have nukes in Black Ops 2.
Oh yeah, they did.
No.
Oh, or is it the swarm? Or there was some sort
That
of like there was some sort of thing for like nukes.
I'd have to look at the actual streak stuff that they had in that, but yeah,
Yeah,
no, they
I
nukes
could have swore there was something for it.
because nukes were only for like the original MW2 because then MW3 had the Moab. But the Moab
Oh,
didn't end the match. The Moab basically just would it would color tint the entire environment, but they would basically for a time once it detonated, it would kill everyone on the other team instantly, but then of course everyone would still keep going.
I don't. Maybe I'm mistaken or something. But I know I like there was like it was at least the title was called like nuclear killer or something like that when you got like a 30
They
kill
had a
streak.
thing. Yeah, no, they had a thing that's what probably what you're thinking.
Because it
I
was like
remember
it was like called nuclear killer or something like that.
I remember getting into that, and I got that in a I think it was a gun game match, and it was pure luck because
Did you really get one?
I somehow got one, and I'm because that's I was never that good, and I was surprised I was even able to get that an entire match of gun game without be getting dropped.
Yeah, damn, Derek. I'm kind of impressed right now. I didn't know you
Because
were
it's
like a
freaking
Call of Duty OG like that.
Black Ops 2 is the only one I ever master
Um,
prestiged.
I don't have WhatsApp, and if I did, man, I wouldn't be giving my number out. just on the internet. That's how you get scam calls, or you get tracked down and mugged and raped or something.
Yeah, Swarm was the highest score streak for Black Ops 2.
Is someone else? I call 911. Yeah, stranger danger. Do I know the difference between the Zoo and the Berlin World War II? Berlin Zoo, is that what you're talking about? When I was a kid, I used to play COD, in which there was a score streak named Napalm. Probably the F4. I mean, if it was Napalm, probably from one of the Vietnam CODs.
Vietnam CODs.
Because there was a Vietnam COD, wasn't there?
Black Ops 1 had missions in Nam, because Black Ops 1 was primarily about that time frame, and then Cold War had some Vietnam related stuff,
Yeah.
but that was it. They didn't really touch up too much with Vietnam and CODs. Then again, like Battlefield only ever did it with the that little secondary multiplayer mode for Bad Company 2,
Yeah.
which was fucking great.
I feel like I'm building this U-boat super damn slow. It's got a hard shape, all right. It's hard building phallic things in Minecraft. Let's see here. I gotta fix all these walls because, dude, they all got messed up. No. There's no difference because tanks have animal names. There's not a tutorial. Well, actually, I have one for a 2-to-1 version. Actually, I forgot about.
All right, this smartass.
Huh?
Fucking recent comment.
Well, it wasn't even cold in most places. Who has the BF6 beta? I didn't play it. I should have played it, but I've heard good things about it.
Yeah, compared to fucking COD and their shit show right now.
Yeah, I mean it's not too hard to do better than COD, to be honest, right now.
It's also, easy to listen to your fans and the people who buy your product
What? Why would they want to do that?
because people want something that they're gonna pay for, they're gonna, give, but
You should know,
that's
Derek. COD
that's
doesn't care about its fan base.
rid of SBMM. They don't get rid of their frickin' stupid skin bullshit.
Hey, man, I want to watch Nicki Minaj. COD has more dislikes than likes. I'm not surprised, but people still buy it. That's the problem. Is
That's
like,
because
it,
they
it-
prey on the dumb children that don't care and they're like, "Oh, look at this anime, this cartoon
sure,
character,
sure.
Stan from American Dad." Ah.
I mean, that's definitely part of it, but also like you gotta think too. Like, there's also like people that sit there and shit on COD, but then they buy it anyway.
Yeah, because
And like,
it was like somebody had said, there's people out there who they acknowledge that COD there's problems with COD, but the problem is they still go and like defend it,
because like
even though they
I
know it's shit.
I know like I swore off Call of Duty a while ago, but I bought one of the. I mean, I'd say the COD that came out back in like 2019 or whatever. I can't remember which one it was, but
You're talking about Modern Warfare 2019, the one
yeah,
that people were like really positive about.
yeah, I didn't like it, if I'm being honest. But I remember it came out because I was in what you call it, um, I was in military training during that time, and I remember in the dorms when it came out, everybody was trying to download it, and the internet was so bad in there because just everybody was trying to download it at the same time, and our internet was already trash. It was like 20 megabytes per second or whatever in there, so everybody trying to download it, it was just terrible. But I just remember I remember getting it because like everybody was gonna get it, and like all the guys I was in the military with, they're all getting it and stuff, and you know went ahead and got it, and just nobody really ever played it, of course. But it
Yeah,
also
it doesn't.
it just didn't feel good, you know. I don't have Instagram, man, and I'm not gonna give you any of like my like personal stuff to add me on because I don't do that.
like
I
how he
appreciate your
says.
support, but I just I don't want you guys on my personal stuffs.
I like how he said, "Do face reveal," and anyone who actually watches this channel know Garrett does.
Yeah, I've posted my face on here more than like gosh, more than I'm trying to think of a good example. I can't. But I
You've
posted
done
my
it
face
in
on.
like, some of your video update, your channel update videos and stuff.
There's like videos of me. There used to be a stream of me absolutely completely trash too. So I mean,
Yeah, we know your birthday stream, Garrett 2x4.
that was a good stream, all right.
Yeah, you're lucky you had.
Everybody enjoyed it. Everybody had a fun
Yeah,
time.
you're lucky you had your friend who was in this Discord server, who also was in military with you, who had to come over and save your ass.
I don't know what you're talking about. For the Wii is legendary. Or the Wii Mario Kart was the shit. Other than that though, like the Wii was kind of whatever. But like Mario Kart, oh, I absolutely loved Mario Kart. I feel like I'm just like struggling to figure out how I want to shape this. Probably do something like this maybe. Huge fan, but watching 27 on 7-year-old, 15-year-olds. Well, I appreciate you being a fan, man. I just don't give my info out to anybody really. The only people that you know do are like my really close guys. Like Derek has some of my personal information.
That's because it's me.
That's because well, Derek would probably also find me because he's kind of a little little super spy like that. He'd track me down and try to harvest my body parts.
Okay, okay.
Try to turn me into like a robot so I can just build him Minecraft builds. Lock me in your basement and slave me. You can't say you wouldn't do that, Derek. I'm just kidding. Derek wouldn't enslave me. Right, Derek?
No, I would not.
Okay, there you go. He wouldn't enslave me. He might, though. We might, but... Angry fan member if you beat him. I love you, No Man. Thanks so much for being a fan, dude. He's gonna, like, clip that and, like, do nasty things to that. Like, I appreciate you being a fan and everything, man. I just don't give my information out to people. I don't even really have social media, if I'm being honest. Like, besides the stuff from my YouTube channel, like, I really honestly don't have social media. I hardly even answer, like, my phone as it is. I just don't. Just not a big social media guy. Which is kind of funny because, like, my whole, like, YouTube channel and all that stuff is, like, supposed to be in that social media sphere and all that stuff, but I just could care less about social media. Social media is an absolute cesspool, man. I've felt a lot better after I, deleted a lot of my stuff and just not interact with it anymore. I think the biggest problem with like society now is I'm gonna sound a little bit like a boomer here, but like society now, like it's just social media is basically like destroyed a lot of things about society. Because one of the problems with it is that like everybody, when people post stuff, they're only posting the good stuff. They're not posting the negatives and stuff, and it creates this unrealistic expectations in people's head of like how things like should be, I guess, or not really how things should be, but like how they would expect stuff to work. And it's like I'm sorry, but like you're not going to be like these influencers and having millions of subscribers and or followers and making all this money off just being somebody who talks about your day. Like, the chances of you actually being able to do that are very slim already, but it's also just, again, just not realistic. Safe from high behind a persona running the tongue. Yeah, that's for sure. That's another big thing about it too, is that you can just hide behind your social media and you don't have to actually like talk to a person face to face. I don't know. I just think social media just continue to, be more harm than good as it continues. I don't see any good coming from it anytime soon, if I'm being honest. And then now, like, especially with like AI, now people are just making AI generated posts and all that stuff, and it's just so cringe. Actually, for my job, my job involves going to people's houses, and this guy was talking about how he has a social media thing, and he does like social media posts and stuff like that about like real estate and basically just things in like the city I live in. And he was talking about it, just making small talk while we were there, and he's like, oh yeah, he's like, I use AI and I have a little AI character, and this AI, I just basically kind of give it an idea of what script I want, and it creates a video and it creates all this stuff, and I upload it and they get like thousands of views. And I'm just like, that's just so that's so lame, It's the same thing with like YouTube content and all that stuff. That's kind of how YouTube content's going in a way too,
Well, always been very 50-50 on the AI stuff.
I mean, AI is gonna be is great for certain things, like especially like stuff in like the medical field, stuff where
But
it's going to.
there's some things where I actually do get generally fucking annoyed, especially because I fucking hate the one thing for me off the top with AI, I hate seeing randomly those dumb fucking ads for like, oh, there's this thing we bought, and it's like this realistic like robot dog thing that looks like real and shit, and it's like, that's bullshit.
Yeah,
Everything about that is bullshit. Like you can tell because they're like, oh, it's this like robot puppy thing that like moves like a real dog, and it's like, yeah, we don't have like robot tech that can move that fucking fluidly. That's like too fucking genuine. It's like everything about it is just like it's just like a little sus. And then there's like other things where they like advertise some stuff, and it's like really weird. I remember seeing for like a while, I kept seeing this like ad for some like he was supposed to be like some old guy or whatever who had like a leather company and he made like leather bags and stuff. And he's just like, oh, like I'm going to retire. Before I go buy like my product from my company. And I was like really, really suspicious. And I'm like,
well,
it feels odd. So I
the
tried like Googling, and I think there was like it seemed off. It was just like this is probably like one of those like fucking like scam things where they're
yeah,
like, I really
the funny thing
like
is now that you mention that, Derek, they're actually, I don't know if so I watch a lot of like scam bait YouTubers on YouTube because
yeah.
I find that stuff super interesting, but also I just love watching these scammers just scream and yell and stuff like that and get trolled
Uh-huh.
for hours. Um, but um, but basically one of the things one of the YouTubers I watch, Pleasant Green, which if you guys haven't watched Pleasant Green, I definitely recommend going and checking them out if you're interested in that type of stuff. But he actually made a video about basically a scam like that where they were basically advertising like this music like songs. They would make custom songs based off of what you wanted,
Mm-hmm.
and you basically tell them what you wanted, and they were it was like a family of musicians, and they were going out of business and everything, and you could tell it was very AI generated, like the people talking about how, oh, we're having to shut down because we can't do it anymore or whatever, so we're having one final like sale or whatever for anybody to be a part of and all that.
Yeah.
And he went ahead and he paid the money for the song, and you could 100% tell the AI song was generated, but like it's crazy how close to like reality the AI like music is getting. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
How you doing, Squiggle? But yeah, like the AI music also is like one of those things that's going to be really crazy because it's getting pretty sophisticated as well.
There's again the reason why I'm 50-50 is like I some things I look and I'm like I'll let some stuff slide. I'm not gonna let some other things slide. Like I know like one thing that's like really annoying is getting like explanation stuffs like talking about things, and it's like it's clearly like not even a real person like talking about something. Like sometimes like people you just use like a generated voice like reading something. It's like and other times it's like okay, I generally don't fucking like this because some of these ones are like really fucking shit. But then there's like some things where if somebody's using it, um, what is I mean, on one end, you have the aspect that, like, some people that I am familiar with that when they use it, like, you have the people it's just like, oh yeah, you just put in like like stuff into the thing, it'll generate stuff. The thing is, if you've ever actually paid attention to like the progression of like certain art or whatever, when it first started and how like rough and there was always like the flaws and stuff, and then it gradually got better. It's just like, well, it got better because amount of people like some of those people um because if there's like certain like people I've seen where they will generate differently, but you can tell it's done by a different person
Mm-hmm.
somehow. That it's like yeah, they're still using AI to generate something, but you can tell that it's a specific like this person generated stuff like, so let's say you have two people, they both used like some AI thing to generate something, but eventually they get it to make a style to where you can tell them apart of which person was generating the stuff, but also eventually it gets to a point where it's like, because everyone's just like, yeah, you just put it in, and you find out they can't do that like in a get-go. A lot of times when they do that, it's taking them like time, because it's just like, oh yeah, no, like real art, it takes you how long to do it. But some of these people, most people, the dumb people, they're like, yeah, just throw this in and I made something. And other people are like, yeah, I have to work and constantly go in. I have to constantly do certain terms, and I have to keep going until I get into a state or whatever. It's not like it's just one and done go for some other
Mm-hmm.
people.
Yeah.
But then it's like with the other stuff, like the music. I mean, what was it? There's one guy I watch. I mean, what was it? There's the AI Sasquatch stuff. I mean, that shit's fucking hilarious
Oh
because
yeah, I've been
it's comedy. That's the whole thing. It's not supposed to be a serious thing. It's a joke. But
watching
there's somebody else.
the stormtrooper,
Yeah,
the Greg. That stuff is hilarious, dude.
but there's another guy,
That's me
and
cracking up.
he uses a very complex, because he's been doing like these like these like little episodes to like a series he's just making or whatever,
Yeah.
and they can range of however different. And there's been times where I think like one of his last ones he talked about, he's like, there was like some aspects that were a little rough, I didn't like it, I'm probably gonna go back and like refresh. But like full-fledged, like almost like making a miniature film. And but the problem is, it's like you can tell it's AI because every time you could have like a character and you know what character is supposed to be, and next time they show up, the AI doesn't generate them 100% the same like it did prior, so certain people
Yeah.
constantly will change. But it's just like everyone gets it, and like there's a humor to like what he's doing, because that's the whole thing. His is just like a source of like humorous entertainment. He's not sitting there trying to do a legitimate fucking thing or whatever. But he also does these like ridiculous like just over the top generated songs he makes for his things that he's not selling it or whatever to like take like away from actual people. Everything he's making is literally his own thing, but it's supposed to be just like pure bullshittery, like don't take it serious type situations.
Yeah. And there's
And it's
nothing
just like,
there's
again, like,
nothing wrong with that. It's
yeah, and
like
I'm fine with what he's doing, because again, it's not like, oh, I'm doing some like just making a cover of like a song that already exists, but I'm doing it generated, and it's just like, no, that's you see, that's a no.
Garrett's a real
His
ghost.
stuff,
He said Garrett's a real ghost. Hey, I know I'm white, but goddamn, I know I need some sun, but I don't need you to call me a ghost on stream. Straight savage. Don't need you making me more self-conscious than I already am. You know, it's actually crazy. I shaved my head. So I shaved my head. Kind of crazy. Fun fact for y'all. You know, I was blessed with good genes to where I could grow hair on my face, but I cannot grow it on my head.
it said the line.
What?
I was blessed with good genes.
Oh. Hey, to be fair, she does have some good genes. I love how everybody was upset about it, but I'm like, how can you be upset? You're seeing this beautiful woman wear jeans. I'm like, what's...
Because they were trying to accuse her because she was talking about genetics.
Oh, that's
It's like,
right.
oh, but it's also because it's like people point out, it's the people who was it, Asman had said, the people who complain about women more than men are women. Other women always will complain about other women.
This is
in the way they
true.
look.
Well, women are also typically very jealous.
Yeah. That's how come it's like when it comes to like the body type thing or whatever, it's always on one side. It's always on one side. There was a short I had seen that somebody had like making fun of it.
Eyelashes.
And she was just like, oh, so like we have like this like character, like this supposed to be like not like slightly overweight person. It's just like, what do you think about her? And she's like, oh, like she's beautiful, like she's amazing. So how would you feel if I told you you look like her? Oh, so you're calling me fat? It's just like exactly. It's just like, oh, we
that's
like the
good.
way they look. Oh, we think you're just like you look kind of like them. Oh, it's just like it's just a switch.
Yeah,
That's why they don't like, attractive people, because the ones complaining about the attractive people are ones who are, well, unattractive.
that's true. Shit, my gosh. Hey Gary, do I have one lined part next to the boat? I do have a rough outline. Yeah, kind of just helping me a little bit with like the shaping and positioning and stuff.
Us men, we're simple people. It's like the whole thing
Simple
about
people.
like it's like the thing about video game characters.
I see boobies, I happy.
It's like the thing about video game characters. You have like one like whatever male character in a video game. You got, like Price or like Kratos or Master Chief or Commander Shepard from Mass Effect. Any of like those main characters. And you could have a guy from any ethnicity in the entire world, and they all are like, yeah, I want to be like him. That's it. That's totally me. And what do the women do? Nope, they have to have the character. They have to have the character has to look exactly like them for them to like it. If it doesn't
Yeah.
look like them, they don't like it. And so they complain about like, oh, these types of females, those aren't realistic. Yeah, well, funny enough, there's game companies that use IRL people to model a game character off of. And so, yes,
Yes.
attractive people exist, but these people would rather complain and try to claim that these people don't exist.
Norman, you can go back and like look at like any one of my older live streams, and usually I have a webcam, but I haven't been recently because like I'm sitting here with like a stained shirt and like greasy pizza hands and probably pizza sauce in my face because I just ate pizza before doing the stream. So I figured you guys probably don't want to see that. So
You didn't clean your face, jeez.
no, it's more of a
That's the simplest thing.
it's more of a joke, Derek. But yes, it's just a joke. I promise. I clean my face. I'm not a slob. Jeez, I guess I gotta make that apparent.
Here, I have pizza sauce on my face. You just left it?
It's a snack for later. Damn it! Don't make fun of me. I'll call Kate. I'll have Kate call you up. Kate will fuck your ass up. You being mean to me.
No. You know I won't pick a fight with her.
Do I have my maid outfit? No, that thing went in the trash. See you later, Noman. Yeah, that thing went straight in the trash after that live stream. Like it was bloop right in the trash. I think I actually broke it. Like my fat ass broke it.
Bruh.
I can't remember for sure, but I want to say it like broke or something. It was made for a nice little petite Asian woman. It was not made for a monster like me. That's pretty crazy. They're dropping that many ads. I'm sorry, guys. I guess I'll have to turn off like monetization for the ad or like for the stream like altogether if it's gonna be doing that much. You gotta get that. You gotta get that YouTube Premium, man. I'm not a monster. How you doing, Rihanna or Rhiannon? Rhiannon? I almost said Rihanna. It's Rihanna, Derek. Rihanna joined the stream. Rihanna.
I don't know that.
You don't know who Rihanna is? Do you just
No.
do you live under a rock?
No,
The singer?
not familiar.
You don't know the singer Rihanna?
Okay, let me put it. I don't really listen to much music that often.
I mean, I understand, but like, Rihanna's like a household name. Isn't she like married to like Jay-Z or something? But like, it's Rihanna, Derek.
I don't really pay attention to that stuff. It's
What you
not
know
my
who it is?
concern. It's not something I care about.
Yeah, working on a new design for the U-boat. I'm still kind of shook here that Derek does not know who Rihanna is. Don't forget the AP. I'm gonna pretend that I know what the AP is and the UZO, but it's gonna be fairly accurate, man. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I got a pretty good model pulled up in front of me right now that I'm using for a lot of good reference. Boot. I do really love like the U-boat design. Germans were just on something, you know. She played a part. Yeah, she was in the Battleship movie. Thank you, man. Yeah, Rihanna was the girl at the. Well, Derek doesn't watch football. I can already tell you that. Right, Derek? You don't watch football, right?
No.
Yeah. So Derek wouldn't understand that she was in the halftime show. He would not understand that.
Let's see, Battleship.
Derek, do you even know what the halftime show is in football? Super Bowl halftime show? I don't know, man. The halftime shows have just been garbage. I haven't even like been watching or like following football anymore.
Oh, okay. Well, then I know who she is in Battleship.
So you know her in the movie Battleship, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Derek. You're something else, you know that? Derek's one of those guys that just I'm like, how is he still alive? Like I feel like he's just I feel like you're one of those guys that just like I don't know, like it's just one of those things I'm like, how is this man still living? See you later, Squiggle. Thanks, Gaming Skeleton. I appreciate you. Attack Periscope. Uzo is the set of binoculars mounted for ranging. Oh, there's a set of binoculars, huh? Oh, yeah, okay. I kind of see what you're talking about. Because the attack periscope would go right about here. And then... Yeah, then you'd have the little binocular thing right behind it. Okay. Yeah, I got you. I'm tracking. Sorry, I don't know many about the sub terms, unfortunately. I find submarines interesting, but I'm just not well versed on them. We got this other like periscope, I think here, or some sort of mast that we also have built. Is this a little off to the side? I'm trying to find a better picture here of the top of this. I can't tell if it's like a little off-centered or not. Honestly, this can probably go a little bit higher based off some of the pictures I'm seeing. I'm definitely gonna have to raise the height though of my little bunker over there. You're more of a baseball and ice hockey guy. I'd like ice hockey. I'm a big fan of that. Every time I watch hockey, the Rangers are losing. Hey man, it could be worse. You could be a Ducks fan. It could always be worse. Because sadly, I'm a Ducks fan. And that has been a tragedy. Ducks are like so depressing. Like I should switch over to being like a Hurricanes fan because the Hurricanes are actually like a good team and everything, but I still have my loyalties. I used to watch the AHL team for the Ducks down in San Diego, and I watched a lot of players that are now players on the Ducks actually playing in the minor leagues and all that stuff before they got the call ups and all that. So has a little special place in my heart, you know, rooting for the Ducks and all that. But man, I'd be lying if I said that it's not disappointing watching them sometimes. I do. I feel bad for you. Thanks, man. a lot of tears have been shed. Especially because they got rid of Gibson, which is just heartbreaking. So they got rid of our goalie, which I mean the goalie we have, Dostel, he's definitely going to be like a franchise goalie. He's awesome. I remember watching him in the minor leagues, and he's really good. But the fact that we got rid of Gibson just was crazy to me. But I think it was also he wanted to get out of Anaheim because Anaheim's just been a dumpster fire for a while now. There's a third mast that sits off center on the STB of the conning tower at the radio detection finder, which is retractable. Observation telescope is a max height of 12 meters, AP's 50. Okay. Man, you know your submarine stuff. I'm like, dang, this guy knows what's up. Ooh, if I step on those pressure plates, those levers are gonna come off. Yeah, that's not the greatest of designs there I did, but whatever. Nobody said I was good at building things, alright? One of those, fake it till I make it type of guys. What caliber was this machine gun, I wonder? Like I'm doing all the detail and I haven't even finished the back of it yet. just slacking. I'm just trying to avoid doing the back. See you later, planes and stuff. Set down the power, they won't trip? Really? The only issue with that is that they won't be facing upwards. Well, I mean, I could do like something like this, but I don't think that looks as good as having it the way we did before. Yeah, that's the thing that kind of sucks about it. I love some reference photos kicking about. I can drop on your Discord if you like. Yeah, sure, man. I'm always down for it. Oh, the pressure plates. That's actually a genius idea. I never thought about that. That is actually genius. Holy crap. Why did I not think about that? I'm taking credit for that, Orion, just so you know. Nah, I'm playing, man. Thank you so much for that. Old man 2x4 over here forgetting the Minecraft commands and how to use Minecraft.
Damn it, Garrett.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, I'm getting old, dude. I was at dinner with my buddy the other day, and we were bitching because like these kids, they had this like family was having this dinner, like this like birthday dinner or whatever, and they had a bunch of little kids with them, and these kids were just running around their table, and like their table was like really close to ours, and the kids were just running around the table. It was like one of those really big long tables, and they were just like yelling and screaming and shit. And my buddy and I were just like, we're like, what the fuck, you know, like. Shut your kids up, you know. And I was joking with him later. I'm like, dude, we're so old. We're over here complaining about the kids and all that. But to be fair, they were being really annoying.
Wait until the day Garrett starts speaking in old man voices.
I remember back in my day, Minecraft builds. I was a Minecraft veteran. Back in my day, we actually built our Minecraft builds and didn't use AI to build them.
Oh, God.
You know what's really funny is that, like, in YouTube has this feature. It's kind of interesting. I've never once used it for any of my videos because it never really gives me any like good ideas. But YouTube
Uh-huh.
actually has this feature on the platform that will actually like it's called inspiration, and it's something that will give you like AI generated ideas on like your videos and like what your subscribers like watching and stuff.
Yeah.
And it'll always give me like weird stuff, but it's like it's done stuff like, oh, you should show your subscribers how to build a submarine or whatever, right? And then it's like this AI generated like Minecraft submarine cursed looking thing, and I'm like, what the hell? And like it gives you like thumbnail like images and stuff like that too. It's really weird. Damn, Garrett, I might have yelled shut the fuck at the kids already. Yeah, I mean to be fair, like I think I was perfectly in the right to be like pissed off and wanting to yell at these kids because they were being fucking annoying, dude. Like I get it, kids, they're to get them like to sit still and all that stuff and like for dinner and all that. It can be a pain and all that stuff. And I have some sympathy, but like these parents weren't even trying to do anything, dude. They were just like they just did not care and their kids were just running around being menaces in the restaurant. Like it was so bad. Like I'm pretty sure our waiter got our order wrong because he couldn't actually hear what we were saying because these kids were fucking screaming and yelling and running around and stuff like that right next to the table. And like he came, we got our order and all that stuff, and it was like I was missing like one of my enchiladas and all that stuff. I was like, oh, I said two enchiladas. And he's like, oh, I thought you only said one. And I'm like, yeah, no. I'm like, all right, it's fine, but like, should I play Minecraft? I mean, I'm kind of shocked that you're not playing Minecraft and watching this channel in the first place, but I think Minecraft's a great game. It's a I play it strictly for creative reasons, so I can't really vouch on the survival aspects of it, but a lot of people enjoy it. I don't think Minecraft would be as popular if it wasn't a good game. I mean, I still think Minecraft's pretty popular, really, but not as popular as Roblox.
Oh, but at least Minecraft will
At least
still
Minecraft
be
has
in
less
one
creepers on
piece.
it, typically.
At least
Though
it'll still be in one piece.
I say that, but also there have been a lot of Minecraft YouTubers that have been come out as creepers.
Yeah, but here's the difference. Those are people who are YouTubers versus you have a gaming platform that is widely occupied with children in it, with
Mm-hmm.
people in the game directly interacting with people of a young age that shouldn't and have a lot of fucked up shit in that game, and the company as a whole doesn't give a shit about it. That's the
This is
difference.
true.
It's like you can pull the thing, it's like, well, Minecraft has people,
Thanks,
but
Doctor. I
remember,
just saw it.
those are just the people, the YouTubers, whoever who do Minecraft. They're probably not, they're not directly interacting with those people in game, so it completely kind of void nullifies. Like you can't, like Minecraft cannot be blamed for any of that because the stuff that's happening with those people is not the same as what's happening with the other.
Yeah, but still, I mean, the problem is like you have like a kids game, a game that's marketed to kids. You're gonna have a lot of
Yeah,
creepers on
and
there. That's the problem. Like when is definitely showing its age though. Minecraft definitely is. I mean, it's really good just as like a it's really good just as a creative platform really at this point. But I mean, they've been doing a lot of good strides I think in survival. But I just never have been a survival player, so
yeah,
that's just never something that I'm going to be super interested in. And survival's cool and everything, and like that's where I started building was survival. But that was back on Xbox when Xbox didn't even have a creative mode yet. So that just goes to show you like how long ago I actually started building. But like, yeah, back a while back, Xbox did not have creative. It was pretty terrible for building.
uh,
Yeah. You imagine building on that. You had to go and collect all your resources and stuff like that. But that's how I mean Minecraft was originally too. I think on PC. But yeah, definitely not a great time if you're a builder. Especially those creepers don't explode. Yeah. If you ask me, if it was up to me, that we would make those creepers explode. But that's not politically correct for us to do that. I just can't believe the whole like thing where YouTube or Roblox actually sent like a cease and assist to
Somebody who didn't.
one of those guys that catches those guys on there. Like
It was just, and
that just
that
blows
was
my
the thing,
mind.
is the guy was just exposing. They tried to. So their whole blame thing was, we don't allow like vigilante, like just like stuff being done, and the guy was just like, I wasn't even doing that. Like
Hmm.
he didn't do it himself. He went, got the information, kind of exposed, and then sent the police, and I even think sent Roblox, the company, the information about what the people are doing, and then the police arrested like 6 different people, even thanked them, and Roblox, and of course, yeah, and then sends a cease and desist and threatens a lawsuit because and because by doing this, you're endangering children. I'm sorry, I'm exposing the danger to
Yeah,
the children. And you're complaining that by me exposing the danger, that's in danger. You're not protecting the children.
yeah, it's definitely fishy. Like
And
it's
then and then they piss off 3 to 500 families were filing lawsuits. The
really.
Attorney General of the state of Louisiana filed a lawsuit. You had there was people in Congress, and then freaking Chris Hansen came out and said, "Oh, he's gonna do a documentary about
I
the
heard
thing."
about
He's
I
like,
heard about
"Oh
Chris I heard
shit!"
about Chris Hansen coming out. I was like, that's awesome. And
Like,
I actually watch Slep. Like that's like my
yeah,
so like I actually watch a lot of those predator catchers on YouTube, like Skeeter Gene
yeah,
and Gideon and all them stuff. And I really enjoy that content because obviously like fuck child predators,
yeah.
right?
And it was,
But
I
it's just
think,
it blows my mind that Roblox, the company, as big as the company are, they took that stance. That was the hill they wanted to die on.
well, did you know
Was
that
that
the thing that the CEO had said he wanted to do with the game like a couple months ago?
support more like showering with underage children simulators?
No, he wanted to turn Roblox into a dating platform, not make a separate
Dude,
system.
I'm telling
He
you, man,
wanted
they
to
need
turn,
they need to look at this dude's hard drives. Like
yeah,
the
because it's
CEO of
like,
it. Yeah, no, that dude's sus.
because it's like you can have a company where they make one thing and then they go and make a separate thing. Like you know how it is. Like we made like this one game or something, like
Mm-hmm.
an app or whatever, but then they go and make a separate thing. And this guy, it's just like, oh, do you think that was gonna? Nope, it was blatantly wanted to turn Roblox into a dating platform. That's not a good thing because it's widely used by kids.
Oh,
And then there's a lot of like these things where there's like activities that were people were finding about. They were like, oh, you have like these worlds where you go around and you would like you hug other people for something, and it's just
yeah.
it's like that. And then like, yeah, the bathrooms and the showers and other shit,
Well,
and it's just,
I just find it crazy. Like they did like their like voice of the CEO or something where they like sat down
yeah.
and they talked about it, like the reasoning for them doing it and all that stuff. And it was just so like tone deaf, dude. It was so bad.
I think somebody tried to state like the reason also why Roblox won't go and actually deal with these like bad like things is because they also know like some of these in-game like inactivity like things that are in the game, they attract a majority of attention. They attract a majority of people playing the game.
Mm-hmm.
Get rid of those bad things, and then you're gonna like lose a base. But the thing is like, bro, you already have the like there was countries banning the fucking game.
I didn't know there were countries. I mean, but there's some
I
countries
think
that just ban
um
anything.
Qatar banned it. It was
Row
announced.
Tinder.
I think after the thing, I had heard somebody say Qatar banned it. I think China, it sounded like, and people were like, "Oh, that's going to be bad because like China, it's just like like everyone's just like, oh, like the U.S. is like the biggest place for like gamers and whatnot." But when you have to realize it's like it's another country, certain other countries, they have a huge population of like gamers too. And I think China was also. I think there might have been some other
I met my wife
country,
on Row Tinder.
but it's just terrible. I never cared for it. I kind of just honestly hated the way like it looks. Somebody else said like that they don't even understand because like to them it just looks like some really bad like Lego character game or something. And it's the same thing. It's like,
I,
okay, yeah, they have this creative aspect of making whatever they want. Okay, so like Gary's mod. The
yeah, I mean,
difference
I
is,
think that's the main draw to it is
yeah,
the ability to like create whatever you want.
but it's like the player models are the fuck. Like who was just like, ah, yeah, because even like the default one that's for the brand is just this Lego looking dude with these giant ass fucking like torso with this small head. It's like, who made this design? Like, what
Well,
the
like
fuck? It's dumb.
dating, like you said, Orion, like dating was probably against the terms of service, but like it probably still is, but they don't enforce it. That's the problem, you
Oh
know.
no. The, okay, what gamer Eon said about it's more like a Diddy Party game? No, I think that they literally
There,
exposed. They
there
have
probably
there
is
was
a
like
Diddy Party game.
there was like a game activity in game. It was like Escape to Epstein Island.
Oh, that's awesome.
They have that's the problem. They have shit like that. You think like, oh, so bad thing. So like
Escape
you
to
can
Epstein
understand.
Island.
Yeah, Escape too.
That's so terrible. I shouldn't laugh, but like,
But it's like when you think about it, it's like, all right, you can make like a parody of like certain things and like where it's like a joking manner, like okay, like I don't know, like role playing like riots or something with police versus like protesters. All right, that's like a funny like little thing. But then there's like some things where it's like you shouldn't
Derek
you
supports
shouldn't do
rioters
that.
confirmed. Derek's over here
Well,
like, go riot
so
in the streets.
well, did you hear that what was it? Funny enough, when the whole shit show in Los Angeles was happening, the anti-immigration protesters that all the people were swarming,
Mhm.
there was a protest going on in Roblox too. They had people playing as cops with riot shields
Oh my
and a bunch of
gosh.
protesters on the other side with like
Don't find like a Diddy
no
part.
Palestine, no, no, deport, stop ICE signs, and it was just like you knew it was a joke. You knew they were just playing into it, but the fact, and it was bad because there were some news companies that took it seriously. They're like, look, they're protesting too.
The players of Roblox support our cause. It's like, yeah,
But
it's
it was funny
probably
because
not a
you
good
look at it,
thing.
it was like, oh, that's ridiculous. I think somebody joked. I don't know if it was around the same time that that happened. That somebody made it was joking about how they came across that there was like another like a riot type of activity going on in one thing, and the only difference was the cops gunned down the rioters.
Oh my god.
It was just like, hey, look, it's in a game. It's not doing anything wrong. Just kids being fucking kids.
That's so terrible.
But it's like, yeah, no, there's certain things you can sit there and joke about and like little parody game activities, but then it's like, yeah, no, like some things just shouldn't. Some things really fucking shouldn't. And the problem is they just have this idea like, oh, this is funny, we should do this, and it's like, why? That's screwed up.
Yeah, it's just yeah. It's all going to hell, Derek. It's just still crazy to me, you know, like I don't know. You think Roblox is a company like they would have sat down and been like, "You know what? Like we do have a problem in this platform. We should
Yeah.
100% partner with these guys because that's going to be better PR for us, you know?" Like how much better do you think the situation would have gone if they're like, "Hey, we realize through the efforts of, you know, Slep and other, you know, online predator
Yeah.
catchers that there is a problem on Roblox where we do realize that, you know, there's a growing concern of, inappropriate behavior and stuff on
Yeah.
Roblox, and we've decided that we're going to partner with these companies to
Yeah.
or with these organizations to help us moderate the platform better and to get remove unwanted people on the platform.
Yeah,
Like
but it's
like
but it
that would have been the perfect thing to say, right? You know, like it,
yeah.
and they want to die on the hill of we're going to continue supporting, you know, bathroom sexy time simulators for
Yeah,
children.
it's
Like I don't know, it's
but then
crazy.
it like it adds into that whole aspect of like, like years of like nothing going wrong, and then the recent years you had all these people coming out that were actively defending predators, and then they were trying to be like, oh no, it's not a big problem, it's not a big problem to the point where we're going to try to make it to where you can't call them predators anymore, you have to call them maps and shit. And it
Maps.
was like that was a warning sign of like, I'm sorry, wait, are you actively fucking defending these people?
The
Because like
map.
any common
The
sense
map.
person is just like, no, that's a fucking no. And but then it's like it gets worse when you would find out that it's like, oh yeah, you would have these people where all this like assault on like kids and whatnot would happen, and the person responsible would get like barely any jail sentence.
Yeah.
They like the minimalist a sentence, and then they get let out, and then they just go do it again. But like
Well,
compared
that's
to
also a problem with the that's also is a problem with the justice system too. You know.
yeah. But it was such bullshit. It's just like, oh, you can do this to people and essentially get away with it, but you have somebody else saying, I don't agree with this political view, or no, I don't want illegal immigrants in my country. Oh, nope, you get 12 years of prison because you simply said you don't agree with something and you don't approve, or you didn't you misgendered something. Thank God that's shit's out of the picture now. Ah, you got you 2 years of jail because you
Derek is going
called somebody
full
the wrong
based
gender.
right now. Derek over here trying to get me banned off YouTube.
But it's just like, yeah, we're at least our country's like gradually coming to senses, except for some states. But it's like we're getting there, but now it's just like you got other parts of the world that are gradually on the verge of collapse because they don't. It's like one moment they're like, okay, we're no longer approving of this one thing, but they're not disapproving of all these other things that are still happening and people are complaining about them.
Yep, that's how it be, Derek.
Looking at you, Britain.
Yeah, Derek's gonna be the reason I get banned from YouTube. Watch. I'm gonna receive a notice from YouTube tomorrow. We found your content to be full of hate speech.
I think YouTube's full of hate speech. And I'm talking about the company. AKA the amount of times I will see people comment on videos and they're like, I posted a comment and it disappeared, and they all know it's YouTube's responsible. It's not like the channel owner or whatever. Because you can usually tell whenever that happens, like if somebody's like, yeah, I had like my message deleted, and it's like you look at like what the video was, what was the subject of the video, and you're like, yeah, it wasn't the people who owned the channel that deleted the comment. There's like a very distinct way to tell because they just want control. They don't want certain things.
You know, I can say I never had any of my comments deleted on YouTube, but
Yeah, no, like
I never leave comments. So
yeah,
you know, that's pretty helpful. You have premium YouTube? I do too. I actually like premium YouTube, but I was also sick and tired of my ad blocker constantly getting like blocked. It was like almost every time I went on YouTube, they're like, "Are your ad blocker? Please disable your ad blocker. Like the ad blocker no longer works." So I gave in to the devil and I gave, YouTube more my doubloons. So
I think I have it on my browser. I've got it to work to where when it tries to do you have the thing, it refreshes the page and then it works. Like it auto refreshes the actual page. Because it'll try to be. There's the times where it'll be like, "Oh no, you have an ad blocker running. Please turn off," and it'll kind of like reset, and it'll be fine.
Mm-hmm. In the Netherlands, a child abuser mostly gets no sentence at all. Really? That's honestly pretty shocking.
And then Britain, yeah, and then Britain punishes the actual victim.
How dare you get molested? Jail time for you.
I think that was actually what happened. It was like, was it the last year or the beginning of the year that there was a situation where it was like 3 individuals. I think they were all legally in the country too. Um, went and did something to someone, and what they do? Oh no, they arrested her because because of the fact that she was it what did they get her drunk? I think that was literally their reason, was because she was drunk. It's just like, ah, yes, so the people who broke in, assaulted this person, got her drunk, and did shit, and you're gonna go after her because she's drunk and underage.
Yes.
Like, it's a joke thing. It's a joke. It's just a joke government over there. And then of course, I'm fully with Deer on his view of royalty in that country can it's stupid. We don't fucking like royalty.
Well, I mean, we're also American. Our whole ideology is against royalty, to be fair.
But it's also like it's I feel the whole royal thing is bullshit. It's like, what the fuck do you do? What do you do for your culture? Oh, just like, look at me, I'm fancy, I have a crown, I sit in a castle and shit. Okay, what involvement do you have with the government in your country? Oh, right, no. Parliament's the one who kind of controls, and your prime minister is the one who pretty much is like the leader of your country. So essentially, the royal family is nothing.
Damn.
Like, I swear that
Derek's choosing violence today. He's going to.
There's only some exceptions to royalty that's like fine. Like, I think in Japan, the imperial royal family still exists, but the thing is, no one makes a big deal about them. They're not really involved. They kind of are just there. You might hear about them, but it's just like, that's it. Like, there's nothing really to bother with them because it's not flaunted every 2 seconds. Oh, I've got to go around in my golden carriage and I've got to sit there and bicker because some other country is telling me what I shouldn't be doing. But which is, I see a lot of people had stayed, like, the only last royal person for that country was Queen Elizabeth II. But now we got this pathetic moron, and you have the whole shit show with the son and that.
I'm gonna go
daughter-in-law.
I'm gonna go become a member of the royal family.
I don't care. I'm
gonna make it mandatory for every child in England to watch 40 hours worth of my videos as community service. That's gonna be what I do.
But imagine living in a country that basically makes it to where you cannot fly the flag of the country you live in.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
That was such a dumb fucking thing. Oh, yes, I want to fly the Union Jack. You can't do that. We're going to take it down.
Also,
but you'll let all these foreign flags fly.
Just a little side note while Derek's going on his rant. In the background, I have been absolutely cooking on the submarine. Like,
yes,
I'm just going to say it right now. This fucking U-boat looks absolutely wicked. I know I'm like super slow with building it right now, but I'm using actually a lot of complicated techniques on it. But especially with all these walls and the debug stick and all that stuff, but this thing is looking real good. I am a fan of U-boat. Das Boot. Das Boot.
It's turned into a full-fledged chaos because everyone is basically pissed off at the way the governments are being run there and falling, like, they're borderline. A lot of people are questioning, like, how soon is it going to be until a rebellion, civil war breaks out, because the people are getting fucking tired of the way things are being run.
Oh, over in England?
Yeah, Yeah, again, like you can't fly the Union Jack. You can't even fly the was it the St. George Cross, the white flag with the red cross on it.
Mm-hmm.
Can't fly any of that. They view it as
Oh,
far right. Ah, yes, flying the flag of the country that you are proud to live in. That's a problem. Why? Why am I not allowed to fly the country of where I live?
yeah, I didn't hear anything about that, but that's pretty wild.
It's I think it was even happening there people are going in full force throwing up flags everywhere. I think even like what was it paying them on the ground like full-fledged like it's ridiculous. But also it's also yeah, I don't really have respect for a country where their one like leader was trying to threaten people overseas that oh, if you say something we don't like online, we're gonna extradite you to our country. Go ahead and fucking try. Go ahead and fucking try.
Derek, you're gonna be going to Gulag.
Trying to remember what was the insult habitual line crosser calls Britain? Beans on toast.
Beans on toast. That is pretty disgusting, to be fair. Get saying the flying flag is all right.
It's, it's like the people that were the people in our country who were complaining. They're like, oh, they would complain about going into like neighborhoods where all the houses, people putting up the American flags on like their house poles or something, and they're like, I feel scared being here. You're scared because people are flying the flag of the country that you are currently in right now.
Yeah, that kind of
Then go
stuff
somewhere
is
else.
that kind of stuff doesn't make any sense to me. That's the world we live in nowadays, though. Gosh dang it. I did the same thing. We just go south and then we go up. God, these walls. Walls. Such a pain in my butt. But there we go. That looks a lot better there. And we'll take the slope back here, so it should slope a little bit better. I dare you put a Nazi flag on it. Call me. Yeah. Well, I mean, I have the Nazi flag on my air base, so, or I have a swastika on one of the hangars. I think somebody actually like commented on one of the airbase videos, and he was like Nazi question mark or something like that. I was like, yes, this
Yeah,
is a
World War II German.
this is a World War II German inspired base. You're gonna see a swastika. Like, sorry, I build historically accurate to what you would have saw. Like, I'm sorry if that offends
Sorry.
you. Like, it's not like I'm sitting here like saying that, oh, everybody, or like, building Auschwitz or something in Minecraft, like, like, and actually having people in gas chambers and stuff, like, it's crazy. Yeah, I'm like, he ain't wrong. Like, he ain't wrong. It is a Nazi base. I was like, I don't know if you're like upset or if you're just questioning whether or not German means Nazi. I don't know, but there we go. It looks a little bit better there for the front. Have a little bit more slope there on it, which I think is very good. Das Boot is looking very good. Very good stuff for Das Boot. Yeah, 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 yeah. It's looking, yeah, it's coming together pretty good. Made some pretty good progress on it. The recent Let's Build episode got quite a bit done on it. I was out of town for a little while, so a lot of my, or I was out of town for like a weekend, so pretty much all my build time kind of disappeared for it. But I came back and worked on it quite a bit. last weekend and kind of throughout the week here and there, and then also um, earlier this week too. So got quite a bit done on it. Um, it's definitely coming together. We're almost at the part where I'm probably going to start moving over to the air side of the runway, and that's going to be cool because we're going to get into like some of the bomber stuff and all that, which will be pretty sweet. I'm excited to work on some bomber stuff. It's getting getting a little like, I think it's getting a little stale just because I'm in like the one area I've been working on for so long that it's kind of like I need to kind of move to something else. So I might take a little break from the area I'm working at and move over somewhere. But I also have this I'm working on too, which is a little bit of a German air base, which would be cool, or naval base. What made you do all these military builds at the very start? I mean, it really started when I watched the movie Fury, and before I used to only build medieval stuff. For some of you guys that may have been around the channel for a very long time, I strictly built medieval, and the movie Fury came out, and I was really interested in like building like the tank from Fury because I've always liked World War II history and stuff. I thought it was pretty fascinating and everything. But I I watched the movie Fury and I was like, oh, this movie's really cool. It'll be kind of interesting to maybe build the tank out of it and all that stuff. So I kind of went and looked at it a little bit, and I actually ended up building the tank in Minecraft. And my buddy at the time, actually, I'm still friends with him to this day. But he was like, "Hey man, like this is pretty cool. You should do a tutorial on it or something. That'd be cool for your channel and all that." And I was like, "Oh, you think so? Like, you really think people would be interested in that?" And he was like, "Yeah, you know, it'd be cool." And I was like, "All right, you know." So I went ahead, made a video on it, and here I am now. Used to have a lot of people, like I drew a lot of people in because I pretty much do anybody's request at that time. But that was also when I had a smaller channel of like only like 500 subs. But yeah, I had people coming in all the time asking for stuff, and they usually got it. I was pretty good about, you know, getting builds out for people and stuff like that, and used to have birthday requests and stuff like that, and that kind of blew my channel up quite a bit. And then that kind of got a little too out of hand for me to keep up with it, and I ended up stopping. What? You know this channel so long? Medieval builds, doing them in Pocket Edition. Oh yeah, I'm glad you're loving the new stuff, man. Yeah, that's a long time to be watching, man. I appreciate you watching for so long, but yeah, that was a long time ago, dude. Doing those medieval builds and stuff like that. That's what I was really known for before, because I was, you know, I don't want to toot my own horn or brag or anything, but I was a really good medieval builder. I was in some professional build teams, and if you guys ever remember, like YouTubers, I don't even know if they still post videos, but like Stampy and like Big B Stats and like some of those big YouTubers, they used to play all the Hunger Games maps and stuff like that. A lot of those maps I actually worked on with other builders. So some of them that were built by like build teams and stuff, I was members of those communities and stuff. So back in my day, Legos weren't part of my diet. I feel that. Well, they're kind of part of mine too because I have to choose between it. Do you still have those videos? I have some that I have privated on the channel, but most of them I don't. No. I do have my one world. Let me see here. I can actually show you real quick. Let's see. I actually do have one of my old worlds. This was like my peak world that I was working on, and this was built back on Xbox. So I started the city on Xbox, but I transferred it over. So like everything you're seeing here, this was built without world edit. So there was no world edit or anything like that at when this was all built. So if you just kind of think about that, you know, it's kind of crazy. But it's also very, very crazy. See you later, planes and stuff. Thanks so much for stopping by again. But yeah, it's pretty crazy stuff. But yeah, I was working on this. This was my map back in like high school, I think. See some of the stuff on fire here because fire spreads not off on the world, but yeah, that's what I used to build.
Well, turn off the fire so it doesn't break anything.
Well, it's the world. I can't change it on the world. It's one of the settings in there. Well, actually, let me see. Game role. Fire. It's fire tick, right?
I think, yeah.
Oh shit. Game rule, do fire tick false. There we go. Yeah, and it was actually pretty cool. Like you can see this tower already burned down, but you know, like this whole fortress. My game lags so bad. Let me see here. Lower my render distance down a little bit.
Garrett has this fancy map river, and he just lets it destroy.
But yeah, a lot of these ones had like interiors and stuff. Like this area, like there was like this like a little sawmill here, and then I don't think that one had an interior. But like a lot of them had like little like rooms. I think this was like a library or something. And then what's this over here? Oh, this one's empty. I know like there's like a strip club somewhere down here too.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, there's a strip club in here somewhere.
Medieval.
Oh, this was like a net shop or like a net maker. So made like fishing nets. And then I think, yeah, this is a strip club because it's got the little red light right here. And
Light district.
I think so, actually. Maybe it's not. I'm trying to remember. This might be like a bar. Yeah, it's probably just a bar. There's definitely, I think it might be down here a little bit further. Oh, here we go. This is it right here. So yeah, you had a little stage from the dance. There was a pole right here, but I think it got deleted. And then you can go downstairs, I guess, and oh, they got all the alcohol and stuff down here. How you doing, Arata? Uh, yeah, medieval, and there's also medieval McDonald's. The Flak Tower world, I do still have that world. There was I even built a medieval McDonald's over here.
Man, what is this? Like, I'm building a medieval world. Also, McDonald's.
It's so good. The medieval McDonald's. So you walk in here, it's little McDonald's. It's pretty funny. Thank you, Arata. I remember your April Fool's video when you were at the Fletcher class destroyer, the very first BAFTA build. Yeah, you know what's crazy is that the BAFTA build that all got started just based off the April Fool's prank because a lot of people were like, wow, this is actually so good. Can you do more of these? And I was like, you're kidding me, right? Like, you guys are pranking me right now. But yeah, that started BAFTA builds. The April Fool's prank that arguably went bad. But it created a pretty popular series on the channel for a while. People still love their BAFTA builds. I still get comments all the time on those BAFTA build videos asking for different builds or for asking for information on the builds and all that kind of stuff. Let me start my recording here again for the replay mod. The fact you know where it is after so long, yeah, dude. I mean, I had to build all that by hand. Like I said, I mean that stuff was all all done before World Edit, so everything was done by hand and all that. So it was a lot of work. So I mean I spent a lot of time in that map and all that, but yeah, that's what I used to do before I started like actual like military content. That was pretty much all I did. And like I had like a whole Let's Build series and stuff like that too on that map. Which again, it was fun to do, but it was like one of those things I just got tired of for so long. Build medieval. It can be very repetitive. That's the problem. Roblox, but I don't Roblox Studio make car. I don't know if you're talking about like this, but this isn't Roblox, man. This is Minecraft. We had a whole discussion about Roblox and why I won't play it. My kids won't play it. There's some good series. If you find your old 2-to-1 world, I'd pull references for my similarity scaled warships. Yeah. I still have it. I think there's still downloads for it. You should still be able to find the download on the channel for the tutorial worlds. I don't think I deleted those videos. And the 2-to-1 scale, you misplaced a block, and I must have watched the vid 100 times trying to figure out. Oh, did I? See, that's the problem. Is like a lot of people get upset with like when I mess up and place blocks wrong, or I mess up like one block here and there. But like, it's just bound to happen with like how big those builds are. You know, like, I'm gonna misplace something. I can't be perfect 100% every time. Like I try to be 100. I try to be as much as I can, but like, there's only so much I can do. Because I'm basically going straight off of like, something I built just completely freehand, and then having to try to break it down and actually teach people how to build it. It's part of the reason why I'm just kind of like over tutorials. Is I did them for so long. It's just kind of gets tiring. I have 5 of those flak towers. We'll make the rest copy and paste. Yeah, those were cool. I do want to build a new flak tower. It'll probably be like a time lapse video or something like that. But I would like to build the new the flak towers in this scale. Kind of goes well with the whole German theme, where I've been building a lot of German stuff lately. I think people are really gonna start thinking I'm like a Nazi or something with all the German builds I keep building. But
I mean, didn't they? You were concerned that they thought you were a communist or whatever because you were.
Oh yeah, the old logo I used to have. Yeah. Yeah. But like I don't know. Like I think Germany had some of the coolest stuff of World War II, to be fair. Like I think hands down, like their equipment was like the coolest. And that's why I built so much of it. Minecraft looking better. Circle of Minecraft. Nope, can't do it. That's fair. When I was younger, I made the first time flak tower messed up due to using command, which unexpected me. Oh yeah. Yeah, just to try and make it a little bit easier for me to get the tutorial, actually out and done. But yeah, flak tower is pretty cool. I think once I build the flak tower and all that stuff, I've pretty much recreated all the mega builds that were on that old world. Because I've already done the Zeppelin, which I haven't done a video on, but except for like the model world showcases. But I already redid the Zeppelin and have to have a few things I got to redo here and there. But like for the most part, I pretty much rebuilt a lot of that stuff, which is pretty cool. Late World War II stuff also looks pretty nice with the Super Pershing. Yeah, they have some pretty cool stuff. I would like to do a World War II Pacific American base. I think that'd be pretty sweet to do in the future. So that might be like a future World War II project, is some sort of like Pacific themed air base, because that's one of those things, again, I just haven't seen anybody do. I think there's a lot of good like inspiration out there and all that for me to do some sort of bases. It's not going to be like some super nice base, but it's going to be like something you see on Iwo Jima, where they have a bunch of temporary type structures up, and they just have the airstrip and just a whole mess of like bombers and stuff like that on there. Maybe a simple little port with a couple of auxiliary ships or something. Maybe a couple ships in the harbor kind of docked or something, or near it, just off the coast, docked up. Oh yeah, the Rat 1000 would be a build I need to redo too. Any thoughts on the U.S.? Oh, I did kind of answer that, Orion. Actually, yeah. I would really love to do like a British base So World War II, like a bomber base or something. I mean, I'll probably end up combining the two. I know that realistically, in the war, they were kind of separate fighter and bomber bases, but I would really like to do one of those with like all the tents and stuff. Probably would be like an American base. I might have like maybe a couple Spitfires there or something, but would I make a step-by-step new flak tower? I would not make a new tutorial for it probably, and that's just mainly because I'm just kind of not doing tutorials really anymore. But I definitely could do. I definitely will probably do like a time lapse of it for sure. I know it's not the same, but and then there also will be a download for it. So if you kind of follow the channel or anything like that, like I've been doing the showcases and I post downloads for it. The site I used to post the downloads, there actually is a 3D viewer in it, so you can actually watch. You can actually like open up the 3D viewer and actually see the model in 3D, which helps I think a lot for trying to build it and recreate it for yourself. But yeah, just unfortunately, I'm just really burnt out on tutorials if I'm being honest. Yeah, I mean, a time lapse is definitely not ideal for console, but it's just one of those things where it's like I kind of have to choose between like what I value, and it's really like, do I value just like making content and like actually like posting videos, or do I want to burn myself out with doing these tutorials that I'm not having as much fun doing. So it's one of those things where it's like, to keep the content going and to keep myself motivated to keep building, that's kind of one of the things I've had to like sit down and kind of like decide on, like, hey, I'm going to be more motivated to keep on building if I'm not doing this type of content, if that makes sense. Which I know a lot of people are pretty much here for the tutorials, and that's fine and everything, but hopefully people can find something else to love about the channel, at least with the new builds and stuff I've been doing. I think are really cool and interesting, and not something other people are really doing. So how you doing, Win? Thanks so much for stopping by. I know she's saying for the time at Iwo Jima, but like USS Helena, that'd be pretty cool. I do want to get around to building more ships in this scale. I really do. Just one of those things, again, it takes a lot of time to build those ships. A lot of time. But I'll definitely be working on some more of them. Something kind of like that there looks pretty good. Yeah, I'm using stack / stack. Very good, very useful command. I use it quite a bit for building. Maybe like something like a Lego instructions thing to follow on a page. I mean, that's something I could maybe look into, but again, it's just one of those things, like I only have so much time to make the content I do, that I have to kind of focus my efforts or my attention on certain things, really. So it's just hard to find the time, to have all that, especially right now with my current job and all that stuff. I'm working like 4 10-hour days in a row, so it's hard to find the time during, especially those time periods, to work on stuff. So like, I appreciate the idea, but it's one of those things that's like, again, that just, more work on my end, that's more taken away from these other builds that I would be working on and all that kind of stuff. / that stack work on console? I do not know. Channel is still moving almost 60k subs, so people still like it. Yeah, I agree. Do I plan to make something when I have 60k? I honestly, I don't know. I don't really have anything planned. If you guys have any cool ideas, I mean, I'd be open to ideas, but as of right now, I don't have any plans for 60k. It'll probably just be like a holy crap, thank you guys, and that's probably about it. Facts. A lot of resource material. The fact that you can use a human for scale most times. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot better at this scale for sure. Hold on. Different open voice channels. Oh, those are just those are other voice channels. They're more open to like the public or just for anybody in the Discord server to join in. They're not anything specific. Every once in a while I'll pop in there and hang out in there for a little bit, but not too often. Because usually whenever I join voice chats, people jumping in there. Hey Garrett, can you build this? Can you build that? And it's fine to ask, but sometimes you can get a little much. How like people spam my YouTube comment sections asking for a particular build and all that. It's like, bro, relax. It's like if you like World War II German stuff, then you're definitely eating good right now. That's for sure. Definitely eating good right now. Probably have no complaints from those guys. I did make a border from Jag Thunder and really fits in the airbase I have. Hope you make a border too. Is that like a like a border wall, or like what do you mean by a border? Finally open server. My Discord server is open. I don't have a public Minecraft server. I ran into some issues with the one I was developing, and honestly, I just haven't sat down and tried to fix anything yet on it, to be honest. Mostly been using your videos for inspiration for my own base builds now. I'd love to see some videos on your thought process for building large scale bases. Yeah, man, for sure. I mean, hopefully you're getting some inspiration from the current series I have going on, because I think the German base is really pretty good. But you don't see a lot of like YouTubers out there in the Minecraft community doing like military bases, or doing like a actual like kind of like time lapse of them building it. I know time lapses aren't like step by step tutorials or anything like that, but I feel like they give you a little bit better insight on how they're going about building it and stuff compared to them just building it and then just giving update videos on it. A security border. Oh, okay. Nobody asked how your day was. Ain't it that hard to convert? Yeah. I mean, there definitely was people that were like that. That would, but I get a lot of people to this day that just DM me, can you build this, and all that. So it's a little frustrating, to say the least. And I understand, like you want something built, so you want something built that you really like or whatever, but you also got to think like, I'm a person. I got time, like time restraints and all that stuff. Like there's only so much I can build, and do. But some people don't understand that. Asking you to build the GAFSP in 10:1 scale. Hey, there actually might be a GAFSP. I kind of want. I'll probably ask this later on in this series, but with this base, I do want to build a couple German destroyers, maybe a couple patrol boats and stuff like that. Like, there's gonna be a little bit more to it than just a submarine base over here. So I do want to build a kind of a capital ship at this naval base, and I'm thinking it's either gonna be like Admiral Scheer, or like Grafspay, or maybe even Scharnhorst. I don't want to do like Bismarck or Tirpitz, but something like that. Yeah, this is from the new Let's Build series, so this isn't something I've actually shown yet. This is actually the first time I'm showing it, besides my Discord server. But yeah, this is a new submarine base I'm working on. That's why we're building the U-boat here. But I got the submarine pens here and all that. So been doing a lot of research on these things, trying to get these pretty accurate and It's kind of based a little bit off of like La Rochelle, and also we're taking some inspiration from what you call it, Lorette or Lorient. It was the biggest U-boat base, and it actually has this track system. So there was actually this pulley system where a U-boat would come in, it would hook up to this system, and it would actually pull it up, and then on this rail system, it would pull this rail system, or it would go on rails out to here, and they would be able to slide back and forth down here and go into different U-boat pens. So, is there actually a sniper elite mission for the for like a U-boat pen? Because if there is, I mean, we need to look it up for inspiration. Absolutely loving the German air base. Looking forward to seeing a naval one in the early stages of playing my Royal Navy base, featuring a small nearby runway for transport aircraft. That's pretty cool, man. Yeah, you'll definitely get a lot of inspiration than out of this. I'm hoping so. A little bit better view here of the base as a whole, but yeah, this thing's pretty sick. There's gonna be another set of pins just like this behind it. So it's gonna be a straight line here. There's gonna be like a whole track system in the U-boat. Is gonna be able to be transported on tracks between it. So Prince Eugen would be a pretty interesting one. That actually would be a pretty good one. Crafty has like 100 work in progress dioramas. Like, bro, just lock in and finish one step, making, yeah. I mean, I'm no perfect at that. I'm not perfect at that either. I have a couple ongoing projects, one of which you guys haven't heard anything about. It's I'm actually working on a kind of a time-lapse video of building the Empire State Building. So just kind of something random I wanted to work on, because wanted to try a few architecture builds here and there, just kind of spice things up a little bit. But yeah, working on a video for that, which is kind of cool. So it's all like a time lapse and all that. But working on that, and then we have the airbase, we have this, but it's honestly mainly just to kind of keep like, different projects that I can like, direct my time around. So it's not like always working on the same stuff. Because with Minecraft, especially working on the same build over and over and over again can get pretty tiring. So like the airbase, like I'm trying to set myself up a little bit more for success, because if any of you guys have been around the channel a while, I've started a lot of bases and I've never finished one. So I'm hoping this time around maybe is the time where things change and I'm able to complete it, but just trying to keep myself like occupied with different projects so I can kind of go back and forth between them whenever I feel the motivation or the inspiration to do it. Because the biggest thing is just, losing inspiration, really. What about the mid area, like the hangar? What mid area are you talking about? The mid area right here. This is gonna be like the I still have to build like the back of the bunker here, but these tracks are gonna roll out here, and there's gonna be like a system where it can actually like move back and forth. And there's gonna be another set of pens behind this where they could actually take the submarine and put and like rail it into different pens, which would be pretty cool. On the Reflector world, did you make a nuclear missile silo? Yes, that is actually on the old one. I would like to redo that. That would be pretty cool. Drop some plans in the Discord when I get a chance. Gonna head out now. Happy to supply any German U-boat stuff you may need. Yeah, absolutely, man. If you got anything, definitely send it over. I'm definitely open to it. I've been trying to guess, is it in Discord so bad at architecture? Yeah, architecture is not really my forte, but I've seen a couple of YouTubers doing it. I've been kind of watching recently, and they seem to do pretty cool stuff. One of the channels I've been watching kind of recently is Bubba Flub, I think it is, or Bubba Flubba or something like that. He does some really cool builds with more like a realistic architecture. So if that's something you're into, he does some cool stuff. But I've kind of been inspired a little bit like that, just to maybe try my own buildings here and there. So why not try the Empire State Building? It's a cool building. And probably one of the most iconic, so felt to be a pretty good start. See you later, Gamer Ian. Thanks so much for hanging out as much as you have throughout the stream. I appreciate it, man. You have yourself a good night and a good rest of your weekend. Let's see. Let's grab this up here in the front. Put this on the bottom here. Making some good progress. Trying to get this U-boat wrapped up here. I was hoping to build like some of the other variants in the stream, but I don't think we're gonna get to those other ones, unfortunately. We're probably just gonna be doing the one. Speaking of filling stuff, anything planned for your construction builds? Not at the moment. I would like to get into doing some of them because I was actually having a blast with building some of them. There might be like some like 1940s inspired ones coming soon. Not for sure on that yet, but I think doing like some 1940s themed ones would be kind of cool to try out, you know, especially with like these with like the air base and the other the air projects I kind of have going on right now. Having like some 1940s stuff would be kind of cool. Thank you for giving motivation to build more and post more and play Minecraft. Yeah, of course, man. I'm glad I could inspire. You know, that's why I post on playing Minecraft, because I can give a lot of them builds that I don't really have the motivation to do tutorials for, but I can at least make them, you know, downloadable so you guys can at least still enjoy them, you know. See, I'm going to change this a little bit here. So it looks like this gray here is actually supposed to be kind of in line here at the bottom like that. Yeah, something a little bit more like this. Yeah, okay. That looks a little bit better. That looks a little bit better. We can say work in progress, yeah. Just to get ahead of you, line power and shovel is not pronounced like Lima, Peru. It's pronounced Lima Bean, and Lima Power and Shovel is part of the Lima Locomotive Works. That sounds super crazy. I'm definitely not gonna remember that. If I'm being honest, I'll try to remember it, but I can barely remember what I ate for breakfast. Actually, I did not eat breakfast today. There we go. I actually remember that. So that's a shock right there. But it's a constant joke with like my girlfriend. Is like I don't remember anything. I am super bad when it comes to that. It's my my early Alzheimer's kicking in or something. Complicated live locals get made at mispronunciations. I can't even pronounce that right. I'm screwed. Pro is part of coding Lau. Lau. I don't know who Lau is. So kind of like that, because the back of it kind of slopes down a little bit too, so I'm trying to recreate that here. It really needs to slope all the way up to about this point. It's what it looks like, maybe a little bit less. Man, I really don't want to go to work tomorrow. Any of you guys want to go to work for me tomorrow? I am willing to pay you a couple doubloons if you go to work for me tomorrow. You know, I keep saying I'm so tired of working, you know. I need you know, my YouTube channel just to explode so I don't have to work anymore. Just make Minecraft content all day. I wish, man. That would be the dream. I guess that would be like my dream job is that, but unfortunately I'm not going to ever be in that top percentage. local parent. Local parrot. Parent. I don't know. It sounds too complex for me. My smooth brain doesn't understand it. They can't just make stuff simple names. They gotta make it complicated. So let's see. Probably smooth to about this point here. Maybe a little bit less, and then that's where this would kick back in. Local parents. Yeah, I do gotta build some locomotives. I'm kind of just trying to decide if it's going to be on the airbase or let's build, or if it's going to be on this. But either way, both these maps are going to definitely have some locomotive usage. So if any of you guys seen like 1940s dockyards, they are usually just an absolute cluster of just everything, train tracks, and just an absolute mess of stuff going everywhere, which I'm sure some of you guys are going to really, really like. Some of you train guys out there. I'm not much of a train guy myself, but I know some people, they absolutely love their trains. There's absolutely no problem with that either. Yeah, a fluster cluck. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way to put it for sure. But I definitely want to have some pretty good train action going on, so a lot of cool stuff there. So kind of doing the back here. Yeah, trains will be fun. I gotta work on some actual trains. I think it was actually you, Orion, that may have called me out. It caught me slacking on my my train usage for the airbase. I was trying to be lazy and just get away with using using my locomotive for the Gustav gun, and got called out for it. So I got to fix that. But it's fair. It's fair. It's a valid point. It is 100%. It's 100% accurate. I was just trying to be lazy. That's a legal build. Yeah, I do a lot of illegal building. Gotta make stuff look good, and sometimes you gotta break a little bit of Minecraft's rules to get it to work. Let's do this and this. But yeah, I got to build a couple different versions of submarines because I want to have a couple different ones. You know, obviously we don't want to have the same U-boat just spammed across the whole airbase, or the whole naval base. That would just be kind of strange, I think. Maybe it wouldn't be that bad, but like, I don't know. I just feel it wouldn't look as good if we just have the same U-boat copy and pasted everywhere. Instead, doing a bit of different versions, maybe putting like a little bit of different camouflage on it, stuff like that, just to kind of help spice it up a little. I can show you the one you did on DMs. Sure, man. I'm always up to see it. Would hate your later bathtub scale warships with the illegal tripwires, lead levers, iron frames. I know. I was already doing quite a bit of it on I was already doing quite a bit of it on there. So yeah, it's not for the weak, that's for sure. But they make the builds a lot better. I mean, at least in my opinion. Kind of have to do it to get that accuracy. Especially on warships where you're in the bathtub builds where you're not dealing with a lot of space to begin with, so you really have to pinpoint it. Or not really pinpoint it, but like you really have to think outside the box for some stuff. And thinking you built nearly 100 of those, gosh, you probably built the whole bathtub fleet then at that point. So I didn't have that many, I thought. But I very well could be wrong. I mean, I had so many. Half the time I can't even remember what I've actually built and what I haven't, so. But yeah, bathtub builds are fun. I enjoyed building them for quite a while. Now I've kind of like moved on to like doing the full scale ships and stuff like that, and I enjoy it a lot more, but bathtub builds are one of those things that always have a special place in my heart. They were fun. Okay, this didn't do what I wanted it to do. That's awesome. Oh, that's why perf neighbors off, perf update off. Stack 20, stack 30, and 32. There we go. So that smooths out that right there on the hole. So that looks pretty good. This right here I kind of want to modify. I don't want that to... That's fine right there. That works. Sent it. Let me take a look here. Do you send it on Discord? Oh, I probably need to accept a friend request. There we go. Let me accept. Message requests. Oh, that's pretty cool. So that's built in Roblox. That's pretty sweet. I've never understood the building in Roblox, but it seems pretty cool. You can do quite a bit with it, for sure. I got my own problems with Roblox just as a platform, but building's definitely interesting. So this right here is gonna be our propeller shaft. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, Roblox is pretty cool. You can do some cool stuff with the tools they give you in there. Again, like I said, just definitely not my game, just because of the some of the circumstances behind it, you know, especially with the recent stuff and all that, and seems like some questionable practices by the owners of it, or the CEO and all that. But let's see. I'm trying to think what would be better for the or for the shafts here. If like fence gates would be best for it, or another material. Probably lean toward fence gates if I'm being honest. See if I can find some more 3D models here to bounce off of. Let's see. Preferably Sketchfab. This one's pretty good. When you're not dealing with the recent events, Roblox is not a... Yeah, it's not in a good spot. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely on the shit list, that's for sure. It's one of those things that I'm just surprised it's as popular as it is, really, you know? Like, I mean, I guess it's probably mainly just like the freedom to kind of create in its environment, like its sandbox and stuff like that, that really appeals to people. But I never found the game appealing. You know, even back when like I would be kind of more in that age range to probably be playing it more and stuff like that. It was just never one of those things that really interest me. But if you like it, you know, more power to you. That's the beauty about things. You can play whatever you want. You can use F3X. I don't know what F3X is. Is it like a modding tool or something on there? Like I said, I've never played Roblox, so I wouldn't know. Pull Chris Hansen out of retirement is bad enough for him to go after a whole platform as another. Yeah, I'm curious to see how that's gonna go. I'm definitely looking forward to his investigation he's doing on it, and hopefully it's good stuff. I mean, it is Chris Hansen, so I mean it's probably gonna be pretty good. But you know, I just hope he does a good job with it. Now these props should actually be a little bit higher. It looks like should probably be like right here actually, from what I'm looking at. Doesn't give us a whole lot of room to play with here, but I guess they are pretty close to the build already altogether. But let's see if I can adjust this a little bit, make this work. Maybe put like stairs up here on top a little bit to kind of give it that effect. Yeah, kind of works a little bit there. Could actually probably use like walls or something, might actually work a little bit better. Everyone is free slept. So yeah. Well, good. I'm glad that at least people on there are agreeing with Schlepp and his fight he's trying to do. Be pretty disappointed if like the Roblox community was like, "No, we're good. We're good with the weirdos being on our platform." I don't even know if I can technically say like predator on YouTube without getting banned. Would not be surprised if that was the case. So it kind of slopes up drastically there. That's looking pretty alright there. Because I know a lot of the predator catchers I watch on YouTube, like they like bleep it out because I guess they've had issues before with YouTube and all that kind of stuff, which is just absolutely crazy to me that there would even be any sort of issue with using that word. But that's what we live in now, I guess. Props probably not going to be the best, but I don't really got much to work with here on that, unfortunately. This whole like rudder system's pretty crazy complex actually. rotate this around like that. So that looks pretty good there. We'll do this down like that. That looks good. You awaken 8 a.m. and then look YouTube and got banned. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen tomorrow. I'm gonna start getting ready for work and going to just pop on the old phone, see any new comments or subscribers or whatever, and gonna be hit with the YouTube notification. You've been banned for saying mean things about child predators. be like, all right, cool, I guess. Derek would probably be sad, but I'd be like, yes, I'm free. No, I'm kidding. If I lost my channel, I'd be pretty devastated. Clearly, I put in a lot of work for it for a long time, so losing it would definitely suck. No, Derek. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but the problem is I don't have the traction like that guy does, you know? Like Schlep was a big YouTuber. He had like millions of subscribers, you know. A channel like mine, it's not going to drive any sort of like engagement or like outrage, you know? That's a problem. Like if I maybe had like 100,000 subs and maybe like a more active community, then possibly. But part of my issue is too is when I took my hiatus from YouTube, I kind of screwed myself in that I lost a lot of like my active followers or subscribers, so I don't really have like, you know, as big as like the viewers that I used to have, you know. I mean, that's true. It's definitely true, but I just don't have that active fan base I used to have. Plus, I also like really I'm not on any other social media, so people trying to like if my channel like disappeared, like I'm sure a lot of my current subs are gonna, you know, not know what happened. Unless they're like in the Discord server, but most people aren't in the Discord. Damn, this sub is coming together, but man, I've made this thing complicated. I've done a lot of complicated techniques on this thing. This is definitely one of those builds that you just would not want to do a tutorial on, that's for sure. This thing would be a menace. A lot of complex stuff. But it looks pretty cool. Let's do stack 3. And then we'll make these go up again so we can do yeah, it's definitely a big upgrade or improvement from the last U-boat. I don't know if you guys ever remember, but I did build a U-boat back in 2-1. That was a long time ago. It was actually thinking about like looking at it for reference, but that thing is pretty outdated, to say the very least. Still was a cool build, though. And that was honestly one of the biggest 2-to-1 builds, too. I think I did a tutorial for. Or one of the bigger ones. Up, 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 up. And I'll probably extend this like that. Ideally, it'd be a little bit lower, I think, but I think that's all right. I think that looks fine. It ain't perfect, but it will definitely work. And then we'll grab some fence gates here. And we'll do something like this. Set this in wall. And then like that. So it kind of looks like that, I guess. Or actually, probably the better way to do this would be to do something like this here. And then rotate this back like that. Probably be better. Look at Discord. What do you got on Discord? Hell yeah. Car's pretty cool. Car is pretty cool. Well, that looks pretty good there. So that's like our back there for it. I'm pretty satisfied with that. I think that looks pretty good. And then we have the forward dive planes that I need to do, and then also the rigging on it. And then there's also like these little like tubes that stick out on the back here, which I imagine are probably the diesel exhaust pipes if I had to take a guess. So something kind of like that, and I might do it. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Oh man, I messed that all up. Dang it. So the thing that sucks about working with these walls is you accidentally put a block next to them and you update them, then you got this whole mess here. But it sure does look good when it actually works out. So like that, and then what I want to do here is I want to do south, low, north, low, non-existent. And then we'll get rid of the ups like that. And we have those little tubes there on the back, or little exhausts. You were in Habitat 84. I honestly, I don't know what that is, man. Like, sorry. I'm not sure what that is. I don't know too much about Roblox. That is a Roblox game? Oh, okay. Yeah, like I said, man, like my knowledge of Roblox is like non-existent. do this. Going back like that. Grab the cabling or the buttons here for the cabling. Do. See, that's about 6. Got 4 right here. We'll do one more and then we'll do the chains. So we'll just kind of bring this down gradually. Same thing here. 4, 5, 6, and 7. Do the same thing here. One of the things I really need to learn is I really need to learn like using player heads. I've seen some people that make some cool like Minecraft models with like actually like using walls and stuff like that and player heads. And it actually seems pretty awesome. I gotta figure out really how to do that well, because some of the stuff these guys are able to do, like, it adds a lot of life to the base. It'd be kind of cool to have some like sailors, granted being like statues, but some sailors on the ship just kind of add a little bit more life. So that's one of the hardest things to capture in like building like bases or cities or just really anything in Minecraft, is trying to capture like actual like ongoing stuff and like people actually like living in it. So it would be nice to try to capture that if possible.
What did I miss?
Oh, you're back. Well, nothing much. We just were hanging out. I was finishing up the back here of the U-boat, and
I can see.
It's looking pretty swank. Looking pretty good. Where'd you disappear to?
I had to take care of some stuff.
Take care of some stuff. More important than my stream? I'm kidding.
Some things that need to be done.
No. Did you murder somebody?
What? No.
Oh. That's a shame. It's okay, Derek. You can tell me later after stream. I know you won't admit to it on stream. It's okay if you kill people, Derek. Just don't lie to me and say you didn't. Because I get it. Killing people's fun. It's a joke. YouTube overlords I know are watching. Gonna have so many emails from YouTube after this. Ain't a crime if you get caught. That's what I say all the time, man. That's like my little catchphrase. Ain't a crime if you don't get caught, And it's true, Right, Derek?
Yeah.
Derek's a good boy. He don't do anything heinous. He's not a little crime lord. Yet, anyways.
There it is.
Derek, you wouldn't even know how to commit crime if it hit you in your face. God damn it. Derek is mafia boss. Right now he's a chill guy. Yeah. We're all waiting for Derek just to snap.
It's all fun and games until the... You come into my house. Disrespect my family. Think you can get away with this?
What's that from? Isn't that from like a movie?
Oh, you mean the that stupid little it was a meme on YouTube which somebody had made a somebody made like a comic and then somebody voiced the comic. And I don't remember what it was. They were like these like mushroom people or something, but it was like a mob boss. One guy comes in, he does the ring kiss, and the ring that the mob boss had was like one of those candy rings
Mm-hmm.
instead, and it was just like, you know, you come into my house, you disrespect my candy, you you eat my candy pop ring that I won at the carnival. Tommy, slap him with the sticky hand.
So stupid. Where the hell you watch this shit at?
It's just that shit's old.
Well, I'm also old, so I don't keep up with
Well,
the
yeah,
I don't keep up with the memes. Well, actually, you're older than me, Derek.
right.
You still have your youthfulness, though. Me, I'm just a old dried up turd. Damn. Das Boot. Das is good boot, Hans. Very good boot. I need to watch that movie. Does anybody know where to watch Das Boot? Because I might need to watch it tonight. Probably like on Amazon or something like that. I might have to rent it.
Oh, I found. Okay, I found the one. The one was somebody just with a comic that they made for it. But the thing is, the original one was like some kind of a. I guess it was like just some post that somebody had found. It's a 2021. It looks like. And the thing read, I extend my hand like a mob boss and allow you to kiss my ring. But when you lean closer, you see it's one of those glow-in-the-dark spider rings you win at arcades. Guy pretends to kiss it, but eats the spider very discreetly, but you notice anyway because my mouth is glowing from the inside. Goes to the mob boss. You disrespect me. You and eat my spooky spider ring, which cost me 50 tickets at Funtime Arcade and Pizzeria. Vinny, hit him with the sticky hand.
Hit him with the sticky hand.
Yeah, you know those little kid toys where it's
Yeah, I
the
know the
little
sticky hand
Nintendo
is. I'm
thing.
like,
Yeah,
why the sticky
that
hand?
was well, the whole thing was he won he won the ring at the arcade. So where else did the sticky hand came from? The same place. It's like
Yeah,
it's honestly like something that kids would have done. It's like, oh, look at me, I had the ring, and it's just like you get the sticky hand. It's just like, what is that? It's a weapon. When you think about it, you can slap the shit out of people.
it's my precious. It was funny. It was like not too long ago. I actually finally watched Lord of the Rings for the first time. It's kind of crazy. I went a very long time without watching Lord of the Rings, but finally watched it, and it is definitely really good. I want to say Hulu. Might have to check that out. Das kaputt. Das kaputt. Das U-Boot goes kaputt. Yeah, this thing looks really really good. Not to toot my own horn or anything like that, but ist das Boot, das Boot, das Spooterboot. Das Spiderboot. You disrespect me, Derek. You disrespect me. You touched my spaghetti. God, do you remember that meme?
Hmm?
Do you remember that meme?
No, what meme?
The spaghetti?
Somebody touch on my spaghetti.
Shit was so stupid.
I love how it's just making fun of the it was just making fun of the three bears and the porridge. It was just like
Somebody
the
touched
fucking,
my spaghetti.
yeah, mine too.
It was just so dumb.
That's usually what some of the good comedy was. It was usually dumb shit like
Somebody,
that.
somebody touched my baguette.
You see, that was the
It's crazy how some of this stuff gets popular. Like, to be
yeah.
honest.
Well, that was the thing, cause like there's the different levels of humor, but then there was like stuff like that where it was like this simple stuff that like older people, like like older guys or whatever, would just be like, oh, that shit's actually fucking humor.
Older
Nowadays, you have like the
people,
humor.
all
Well, yeah,
all of us,
us, we've grown.
all of us
But you
boomers.
have like the younger generation where they find humor in shit that we look at and it's just like there's no humor in it. Because that's the problem. There's like if there you have humor, but then it's just like what actually has humor and what is it people saying that there's humor, but when you actually look at it, you can't find the humor.
I don't have a humorous bone in my body, Derek.
Ha ha ha. But it's yeah, no, like we are a simple species in this world. All right, look, remember I think we're the generation that made the meme because of Markiplier simply saying E, and that turns into a whole fucking meme where they have the picture of it's Markiplier's face photoshopped onto Lord Farquaad's head. So he's got the hair. It's just a capital E. It's just E, and that's humor.
So fucking stupid. I hate my generation. God damn it. We're all just a bunch of meme lords.
Yeah, because like back then, it's just like, look, we had dumb shit, but that was what we laughed at. Nowadays, they have brain rot, and that's the issue.
Hey,
Their sense of humor is just like
that's some good quality stuff, though. That brain rot, let me tell you.
that other. What's the video about like oh how like you making like meme format, and you're like, oh, I made this like meme, and I just put some dialogue. I put a background on and a face of a frog, and this is it, ha ha ha, and it's just like our generation later on. Oh, you want to see like a proper meme? So we just get this environment of a dark, creepy hallway, saturate it, put some like shadow demons, and put Texas's me and the boys at 3 a.m. looking for beans.
Oh my god. That's just kind of funny, though.
Yeah,
Beans.
it's just the stupid shit. Like the fucking video of the creamy peanut butter. Just the creepy
What?
fucking voices. I don't know. Bucky, the deer knows that one. The one where it's just like these dudes saying the name of random shit, but they're doing in like they're just distorting their voice like physically in like the most like creepy ways, but it's just something fucking hilarious about it.
You watch some crazy stuff. Do you think the deck gun would be 1.5 blocks tall or 2 blocks?
Sure.
I don't really know what would be the best.
Whatever. Like, what about like the humor of like game videos? like clips or whatever, where they have like funny shit, like like the Sea of Thieves, or the two dudes on the boat, and the one guy's like, "Captain, what? Look! Oh shit! Oh shit!"
That one was pretty
Pirates of the
good.
Caribbean music just blasting. Oh shit! Chill, fam, chill.
That was pretty good because I was back when I was watching or that's back when I like would play Sea of Thieves or near that time.
Yeah,
So that was good because I could appreciate that one. Sea of Thieves was a good game.
never my thing, but I have nothing against it.
Yeah, I played it. I played it a lot, man. But I had like a group of buddies. We'd play on it,
Yeah,
and
ESG was
we
one.
were really good. Like it was pretty crazy. I think ESG and I we had a really fun
I
time with
still
one.
remember the story about him boarding the boat, seeking
Yeah,
the other boat secretly, and throwing all their shit off the back. But
yeah.
like,
And I was sailing behind it.
you never really got everything. But he
We got some of it, but it was
he was just on their ship.
yeah. He like hid in the back of their ship, and he was just sitting there, and he he basically waited until they weren't paying attention, and he just started throwing all the shit off the back because I think they like killed us or whatever, and
Yeah,
they were just being like dicks. So ESG and I wanted to get revenge on him and stuff, and so we so yeah, he somehow got in the back of their boat, and I was bringing our boat back because it got sunk by them, and so I was racing across to get there, and he's like, oh man, he's like, they don't know I'm on the ship, like they don't know at all I'm here, and I'm like, oh well, like just start throwing their shit off the back or whatever, and so he just started throwing the shit off the back of the boat, and I was sailing, and I'm like, he's like, you see any of it? I'm like, no, I don't see it, and then all of a sudden I started seeing it. It was like a trail of it, so I was like stopping the boat, and I was like picking it up, and then just hopped back in the boat and kept on sailing, picking it up, and then the funny part is they eventually caught on to ESG being on there, and so they attacked him and all that stuff. And I think he jumped off or he got killed by them. I can't remember exactly, but the funny part was is that they realized all their shit was thrown off the ship, so they turned around, they started sailing for me, and I
did you beat him? Oh, you tricked them. What didn't they? You led them, and they got hit by like a is it a kraken or something?
well they just got hit by the kraken. Like I didn't trick him or anything like that. It was just
Yeah.
and yeah they got they got hit by the kraken. It was so funny, dude. They had to have been so mad. I know I would have been I would have been pissed.
Yeah.
But yeah, they pretty much lost all the loot because they end up getting sunk by the kraken too,
Yeah.
which was one of the best parts about it. But yeah, that was fun. Ishi and I we had a good time in that game. I miss that old bastard sometimes.
Agreed.
Uh, Probably not, man. I don't. I only let people in VC that I know for sure are good. I just don't want anybody like coming in and saying something that could get me in trouble and everything. Not saying that you would, but just gotta be safe. But maybe some other time. Stack one. Dang it. These repeaters aren't wanting to play ball with me. I mean, I get it, but like, why is it not let me put this in the hunter frame? Well, you just gotta think from my standpoint, like, just some person just now interacted with in my chat and wants to join the VC, like I gotta be careful, because there's some people that would do some not so great things that could get me in trouble. Plus, we're probably also gonna be wrapping up here soon as I get close to finishing this portion of the build. I feel like the deck gun's too long, but like also like this reference I'm using, I feel like that's a better length for it right there. Maybe put some signs on the side of it or something. Like that. It's a pretty good looking deck gun right there. I dig it. I dig it. I dig it. And then we just have this gun on the back here, which we'll use this reference right here. I think there's like a 13 millimeter or something. It was something a little weird. It wasn't like a normal gun. I think one of the U-boats they were experimenting with, they were putting like a flak vervaline on it. It's not quite a 50 cal. I think it's like a 13 millimeter, so it's just slightly larger than a 50. It's pretty close though. It's like slightly. It's basically the German 50 cal, which is kind of funny because it's like, what is this going to do in terms of like anti-air? But I guess it's better than nothing. Now you guys can see why it takes me so long to build the big ships. All this just for the little ship. So there we go. We got the machine gun up on top there. I think that's pretty much Das Boat done. Now, the real question is, did it have the anchor on both sides? So I want to say it didn't. It only had it on the one side, so it only had it on the right side. It looks like. So this right here will change like that. There we go. So that looks pretty good there. This actually right here should probably all be light gray. There's some like models of the U-boat that show it with like a blue lower portion of the hull. Not sure how accurate that would be. It looks pretty cool though. It might be one of those things where like I might do it as like a different like variant, like a different paint job of the U-boat, just to kind of add a little bit more flavor. Let's see, how can I do this right here? Well, that ain't gonna look right. Let's just full send it like that. Use some dark oak with trapdoors on the bottom here, maybe. Here we go. Something kind of like that. That looks pretty sweet. And I just need to transfer the same thing over to the other side. And then we're pretty much done with Das Boat. Yeah, it looks pretty solid. What you think, Derek? My best U-boat I built yet? Derek is dead. Again. Thanks, man. Now we gotta do the real test here, you know? We gotta put in a little bit of water. Which I think right about here would probably be about right. Let's try putting in some water right here and see how it looks. So let's see, it's 9 blocks wide, so comes out 4. So what I would need to do is come 4 off the pier here. So let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 5's that center point. So we should be able to paste it right here. Well, that did not go as planned. That's awesome. Derek is doing Pringzoan cosplay. What the hell does that mean?
Pringzoan was the it was that group from Russia, the not mercenaries, the PMC group, Wagner.
Oh, Wagner.
Yeah.
So you're a Wagner now?
I don't know why that person's saying that. I would not state that that's what I am.
Nah, see, if anything, Derek's more of a fascist.
You know, funny enough, I don't know why, it was just thinking in my head. So a lot of there's like some people had been, kind of pointing out because the way the governments over in Europe are kind of pissing off a lot of their citizens right now because they're doing stuff in favor of not the citizens.
Sure.
Well, some people are like, this if things keep going down this route, the whole thing about like when people get elected in power, they're going to do whatever. But the thing is, eventually you'll get to that point down the line when all the older generation people die off, and there's going to be newer generation people that get put in political power. And if the government continues to take shit down a certain road, you're risking a 2.0 of a certain event that happened a number of years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's there's a lot of signs that it's eventually, if push comes to shove, it might happen again if things aren't fixed.
I gotta look at and see how these things would sit in the water.
But no, it was funny because there was one day I was just sitting there thinking about it. I was like, wait a minute. I did go to like a college for a while, and I was initially going for an art course, and then I kind of dropped out of it. So
No, Jesus. Derek's over here saying he's the next Hitler.
I was just like, what are the odds?
Dang it. That's not what I wanted to do. I need to go down further.
Dropped out of an art course, and I'm blonde with blue eyes.
Jesus, Derek. Like I said, you're gonna get me banned off YouTube.
Tell me. I swear, if the planets align one day, I'm gonna be like, yeah, I really didn't see this coming.
Gosh. You're terrible, you know that?
Like, this is my purpose in the
Oh,
world.
yeah. Oh, yeah, look at that. That looks... Oh, yeah, that's peak right there, boys. That's fucking peak. I think maybe these stairs need to be flipped, though. see. Yeah, I think this is going to be a little bit more accurate in terms of the way that the holes, these holes are supposed to line up on the deck. Fuck. I just fucked it up. Stack one. There we go. Problem is, I got all these walls here. I gotta battle and make sure I don't hit. Yeah, that looks better. On the back here, those are fine. I just gotta do the other side here. Because these holes here look like they're slightly above the water line and not below it, so gotta make sure those are accurate. Oops, messing up all these walls. And I'll just have to remember to do this on my example model, because I'm going to be making other versions of it, obviously. So some different flak loadouts and all that stuff. And if you guys have any specific variants of the U-boats that you think would be pretty sweet to have in this base, you know, be sure to let me know. I definitely want to keep it a little bit realistic, so not doing like anything too crazy, but it might be kind of cool to have a couple like coastal subs in this. And then, you know, obviously we have the main bad boy, the Type 7s are going to be the majority of the subs here, but I think that submarine looks freaking sick. I'm loving that thing. Especially you got in the water now, got like docked up here. Look at that. U505. I do want to do that. That's one of the Type 9s. It's like one of the larger versions of the U-boat that's designed for like longer distance operations. So I definitely wanted to have those. And that's actually why I have these over here. These are a bit of the longer bays. I think it would still fit in one of these bays right here, but yeah, I definitely want to have some of those longer ones. There's actually a really cool picture from like Lower Shell I want to recreate where I think it was a Type 9 and a Type 7 right next to each other, and they were kind of docked up, and like the picture was like taken from like this angle right here or something, and you had like the background and all that stuff. Is that the German sub that's in the Gulf of America? I believe so, yeah. They had to use the long range ones to be able to make it all the way out there. The Type 7s could really only go like mid-Atlantic before they were kind of outside of their range. But that looks fucking sick, Derek. I don't know about you, man, but
I agree.
That right there is a motherfucking U-boat, dude. And just to like think about like what my old U-boat was.
Yeah.
I think the Type 13 was the one, like a coastal one. Might be kind of cool to do a few of those. I know they only built like 20 of them, but I feel like we can maybe do like, you know, maybe 2 on the base and that'd be fine. But oh my god, does that look that looks so good having a submarine in here now.
Yeah.
They kind
have
of
to say like yeah, at some point like look at like the different submarines, the U-boats, wherever that they have, because you know there's like quite a few. Germany's got like quite a few different submarines that they've got.
Yeah, there's quite a few different variants.
They also have some there's 2 submarine museums that they have that are actually Soviet submarines, but that they had that are, I think they might be part of their Navy because they're designated U-, and usually if it's a U-, that's for the, but I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, to be fair, they were occupied by Russia for a while, so I wouldn't be surprised if they had some Russian stuff. Oh yeah.
Maybe it is just actual. Maybe it is just Russian stuff. Yeah, it looks like it's just like some Russian stuff that they might have had. It's just weird that they were designated like with U dash.
I just wish the water was darker in Minecraft. That
Quite a
Type
few
7's
of
left
them.
the American coast. Okay. Type 7's dead. I just know the Type 9s were designed for longer range missions, but
Because they have, what is it? There's a submarine called the U-1, which is the first U-boat produced for
use
the Imperial
glass.
German Navy that they have in a museum. So that's like they have a World War I U-boat in Germany.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, specifically the first ever U-boat. Then of course there's U-995, which is the Type 7C?
Why is this being weird?
Yeah, it's part of the Type 7 family. There's the really big fucking one that's in that one, like on that like one river in this that one city. U-2540 is a XX1.
Is there not water under here? What the hell? Hang on, maybe that's the reason why this water's all messed up. 0 water. I think that looks a little bit better, but still. Or don't use water glass. Yeah, the first OG U-boat was in, yeah. It was actually kind of funny because I went to Fort Sumter and they had like a little bit of information there on that. It's kind of crazy. It'd be cool to actually go to like the actual museum for it and see it because they actually found it and took it out of the water, which is kind of crazy. Or like recovered it after it sunk, but it's pretty crazy to say the very least. Seeing like how people were in there, I couldn't even imagine. That had to have sucked so bad. That tight space, and then everybody's sitting there trying to row. They turn the big crank in there.
So it's kind of interesting because scrolling through the list of submarine museums, when you get to I noticed this with a couple other places. With Russia, they have a lot. However, it's not a lot of full submarines.
Mm-hmm.
Because what they do with a number of them is they actually have removed the sail, and it's just the sail is displayed.
Yeah. Damn! Look at this thing.
These, like...
This thing looks so sick. Oh my god. Oh, it's so good. It is so good. I love it. Man, this was great. I'm definitely gonna be calling the stream here though, guys, because we've been streaming for who knows how long, honestly. 4 hours. Jesus, it took me 4 hours to build that damn thing. That was pretty bad. Definitely usually doesn't take me that long, but anyways, I appreciate you guys hanging out, and it's been great. We made a good progress, and like I said, the episode, if you guys are interested in Let's Build for this naval base, this Let's Build will be coming out here probably the end of this week or the end of next week, so probably around like Friday or something like that. So if you're interested in some of the footage of it, obviously we'll have the footage of us building the U-boat, but if you're interested in some of the footage on actually playing out this structure and building it and all that stuff, that will be that will be in that episode. So if you're interested in that, definitely stay tuned for more. But hope you all had some fun in the stream, and I appreciate your guys' all feedback and help with the build. And with that, hope you guys have a good night, and we'll see you guys next time.